Move your chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Atwood.
Okay. Move your chair down there.
Notice of this
Put that
meeting was
part.
given to all board members and associates in a meeting notice dated March 7th, 2023. Furthermore, on that date, a copy of said notice was sent to the Times, the Trentonian, and the clerk of the Township of Hamilton. It was also posted on the bulletin board at the entrance to the boardroom in the Hamilton Square Administrative Building. Please rise for the flag salute.
Part B, where's it at? I pledge allegiance to whatever it is,
United States
of
of
America, to the
the
republic
republic
for which it stands, one nation,
under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and
justice for all.
Oh,
This used to be right there, Rich.
I know. Flags. You know, say it was behind Mike.
Starters.
Right?
Roll call. Dr. Farrar. Here. Mr. Gonzalez,
Here.
Harvey,
She is texting me, so I think she's in here somewhere. I'm telling her the auditorium.
But she's not here now, right?
Mr. Kanka,
Here.
Dr. McSheen,
Here.
Ms. Thornton,
Here.
Ms. Byrne,
Here.
Mr. Salantano,
Here.
Lombardo.
Here.
We have a quorum.
I'm sure she's here. I think she just walked to the wrong area. How you feeling? You answered her too.
Buddy,
Buddy,
I think you look blurry to me. You look like three people.
are you serious? Can I get a motion to enter into exec?
So moved.
Second.
Those are cold.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes.
Whereas NJSA 10:4-13 requires adoption of the board to go into executive session. Be it resolved that the board pursuant to the Open Publics Meeting Act, New Jersey Title 18A and the Hamilton Township Board of Education bylaw number 0166 hereby enter executive session to discuss a matter involving student matters, matters falling under the attorney-client privilege, matter involving the purchase, lease, or acquisition of real property. Be it further resolved that the minutes of this executive session shall be made public following formal action by the board and or at the conclusion of any investigations, due process proceeding or litigation, so long as not prohibited by law and so long as the need for maintaining confidentiality no longer exists.
We are in the cafeteria.
Everyone. If we could have everyone seated, please. Okay, we're gonna skip around a little bit this evening. And first, we're gonna have the under presentations, the proclamation for Disability Awareness Month. Dr. Altabello.
Good evening, everyone. I am simply going to introduce Langtree Principal, Ms. Gallo, who's going to come up and introduce our students.
Langtree friends, come on up. You want us to go up there? Do you want us to stay down here? You know?
Where we going?
You want us to stay down here? Come up there? Go up there?
Do you need the microphone? Hey, Jim.
Do you want me to hold them around?
No, the other way. So she's facing the audience. Attaboy. You're a good man. You're a good roadie.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Mrs. Gallo, the principal of Langtree Elementary School. We have some very special students with us this evening. We have Kennedy, Nico, Tessa, Yusuf, Tamir, and Aubrey. They are our Langtree Bulldogs. We're going to read a special poem created for Disabilities Day. Ready, boys and girls? Okay. We are all wonderfully made. We are a box of crayons, each of us unique, but when we are together, the picture is complete. Loving and kind, thoughtful too, respect one another. It's what we do. All are welcome. Come and see our wonderful school family. Good job, boys and girls.
That's pretty cool.
Next, I'd like to welcome up the Nottingham High School STEP team. And if you get a chance, please go on their site and vote for them. They are one of 8 teams in a competition to get to go to, think of this, the
Theater.
Apollo Theater and win a chance to perform at a game.
Hi, everyone. My name is Trish Tamara. I'm a teacher over at Nottingham High School. I am lucky enough to be the advisor of these young ladies. Myself, along with our coach, Rachel Sanchez, who couldn't make it tonight, have helped these girls along the way. And like I said, go vote on social media. But just in case you guys don't realize what STEP is a form of dance that uses their hands. and their feet to make something much bigger.
Thank you so much. And thank you for coming back this month. We know you were supporting your team last month, so we really appreciate you coming back and showing us all what you got. And good luck with the competition. Hope you win.
Mrs. Lombardo. Mrs. Lombardo,
Yeah.
can you once again, what site are we going to vote for them?
Ms. Tamara, are you still there? Can you help me out here? I found it on Facebook, but I'm gonna let the pro here try and help. Announce it for everybody, please.
I don't
And
have the
maybe Jim
exact
Ho,
site.
we do
It
all
is
the votes
across
we
all
can
the
get.
social media for Nottingham School. It's on our Facebook, our Instagram, and our Twitter.
Sure.
So there's a link for there from each of the sites. It's called Upstaged. It's the Upstage 2023 step competition. We were lucky enough through our coach to be asked to be involved. So we're just hoping that's going to come happen.
And you get to vote 8 times, so keep voting for them. Per
10
email,
times.
so create a new email and vote again.
So it's the Nottingham Twitter page that we're.
The Nottingham Twitter page or the Nottingham Facebook or the Nottingham Instagram.
Yeah, and on Facebook, a lot of people shared it everywhere, on their alumni page, their booster club page, their regular page. Oh, and here we have it right here. Dr. Rock, want to write this down?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm just looking for the address.
Mr. O'Boyle, the Director of Technology, is going to find a link and put it on the district webpage with an alert. So if you go to the district webpage in about 5 minutes, you'll be able to click and vote and vote and vote and vote.
So if you have service in here and you get a little bored in a little bit, go on and vote for us. Good luck, ladies. Okay, next we'll move on to the superintendent report. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, yeah. They can listen one month, but no, okay, we'll go first. Go ahead, Aaron, what's from Steiner? We'll have you go first.
Does it? Yeah, it works.
Just think, stick it.
Put it right through. Right here. Okay. All right, so for the month of March and half of February, we had the school musical, the Seussical, which was complete. It was a great turnout. A lot of people came. It was a really great play. So I hope you guys got to watch it. Senior night is tonight. It started at 6:15 and it ends at 9 o'clock. The talent show is tomorrow. I think it starts at around 6 o'clock or 6:30. The tickets are $5 if you guys are interested. It's a really great night. I always enjoy going every single year. We had the 8th grade open house yesterday night. A lot of people came. I think it was the most we had for the last 4 years, if I heard correctly. A lot of people, a lot of students, which is always great. We are preparing for Mr. SHS, which is happening at the end of April. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be April 26th. Spring sports are beginning. So if your child is interested in track, that's the only winter sport. Wait, no, spring sport, I know. So sorry, but sign up for that. We had a virtual college prep meeting that I believe was last Friday. There should be another one coming up soon. I'm just not sure when. We had a BSU assembly. It was the first assembly ever in Steiner history. That was on February 28th. Tyler placed 9th in the Nike Indoor Talent Track Nationals. So nationally, he competed at the Armory in New York and he placed 9th. I believe his score was 43.9 meters. I'm not sure. Sorry. It was great. I went there myself and I saw it. It was very impressive. I think I can do better. I'm just joking. We have multicultural night on March 28th for the Ambassadors Club. It's going to be our first multicultural night. We had the Tricky Tray event at the beginning of the month as an after prom fundraiser. We had a jazz festival this weekend on March 11th, and we have our music in our schools event. Instrumental is going to be on March 29th and vocal is going to be on March 30th. And that's all.
Thank you. Tori, Nottingham?
Here are some of the things that have been happening at Nottingham since our last meeting. Our boys basketball team became the Central Jersey Group 3 sectional champs. They went to the final round of states at Rutgers against Ramapo, but unfortunately lost. Congrats on a great season. Also, John Paul Dickerson and Joe Lemley played in the CBC All-Star game on March 5th. Dickerson won MVP and Lemley won the Jack Siren Sportsmanship Award. Awesome. Congrats again. Our spring musical, The Lightning Thief, had their amazing 3 performances from March 2nd to the 4th. Hopefully everyone got to see that. Today, March 15th, we had a onesie day and you had to donate $1 to support Lala and Mimi's Pajama Project. Spring sports are beginning this week. Students need to be sure all forms are turned into the nurse. Looking forward to a great spring season. Our indoor percussion unit competed this past weekend. They placed first in music effect and 3rd place overall. There is also a marching unit raffle. All are invited to enter for a chance to win a $500 gift card basket. There will be a live drawing on March 17th at 12 on North Star TV, and Mr. Regazzo will be pulling the winning ticket. On Friday, March 17th, there will be a mandatory Mr. North Star and Powder Puff meeting at 7:30 in room 209 for any boys interested. On March 22nd, from 6:30 to 8:30, we will be having our annual 8th grade orientation open house, hoping we will have a great turnout for all of our incoming North Stars. And last but not least, our junior prom court has been announced. Junior prom is on March 24th at Mercer Oaks. Juniors and guests, make sure to turn in your contracts and hoping for a great and fun time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rocco?
Thank you. First, I want to start by thanking our Langtree and Nottingham students for performing tonight. And it's always nice to see our students on stage talking about things that are happening in our schools and also performing for us too. So thank you to both schools and to the families that brought their students out tonight. And vote 8 times for our Nottingham STEP team, please, when you get a chance. Tonight, I will present the 2023-24 school budget. Last month, I presented a macro view of the budget challenges we faced in developing this budget. That being said, I'm proud to say that this budget will address the 5 goals we set, and it focuses on what we as a district have always focused on while I have been superintendent, our students. As a public school, we educate all our students in our community. We educate students no matter their gender, their sexuality, their religion, their culture, or their ability. All students who attend our schools are our students. The education we provide is rooted in teaching students the skills, abilities, and interactions that make it possible for each and every one of them to be successful outside of our school district. Some of our students will go on to college. Others will go on to the trades. Some will go into the military, and others will join the workforce. No matter the path they choose, we work every day to prepare our students for their future. However, there have been challenges in this process. We as a district have never hid that fact. We, like everyone else, returned from the pandemic with learning loss. This should be no surprise to anyone. We are also a diverse district. Learning is not one size fits all. And when you have more students and there are more differences between them than in other districts, you need more strategies, more resources, and more will to close the achievement gaps. We've shown the data. We know the work that needs to be done, and no one is saying we shouldn't or can't do it. But at the same time, acknowledging that work that needs to be done and sharing that data should not be a rallying cry that our students are not learning. There's work to be done, and I've talked about the work we are doing to improve student learning. I've seen firsthand our teachers working with our students to address their learning needs. Over the last 7 months, I've also worked directly with principals in small groups as they put into place 3 goals, one on academics, one on mental health, and one on attendance, to address the needs of students after the pandemic. 3 years ago, almost to this day, schools shut down traditional in-school education, and this was a challenge for everyone in our school community. But our faculty, staff, and administration did everything possible to address that ever-evolving situation. Now we're back and progress is being made, but it's progress. Progress is incremental and takes time. Michael Jordan wasn't born dunking a basketball, and James Dyson didn't invent the Dyson vacuum cleaner on the first try. Just this week on Monday, I was in Sion and Mrs. Gallo's Langtree Elementary School. And while at Langtree, and I have to mention this, Miss Gallo, I saw a group of teachers working with a group of students on a fun activity based on students' success in learning. I'm not sure who was having more fun, the students or the teachers. But what I am sure of is they were there celebrating student achievement. Progress is being made on all the goals, thanks to the work of our faculty, staff, administration, and the support of this Board of Education. People will express concern about student achievement, programs, and resources, and that's fair. But in meetings over the last 12 plus months, we have provided information through the superintendent's report, board committee reports, and presentations at these meetings that have addressed those concerns. What can't happen is for those concerns to turn to threats and demands. That is not acceptable. And our students, faculty, and staff should not be the focus of such comments or caught in the middle. I took the job as superintendent as both an educator and community member. I'm as vested in the success of our students, our faculty, our staff, our administration, and this whole district as any other person in this room or our community or any person that is a child in our district. Our focus is on our students, all of our students. That will not change for me. And I look forward to presenting the tentative budget tonight that highlights that focus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the tentative budget presentation.
All right.
Oh, great. I think.
Where are we?
My cage is locked. I gotta grab a cage.
All right, well, while they are grabbing the key to open up the cage so we can lower the screen, I'm going to talk to you a little bit. Tonight is the tentative budget. So last month I was here and I talked about the budget drivers, and you are going to see a couple of similar slides if you were here last month, but that's because those are the drivers for our budget. So I'll wait till that comes down here in a second. So just hold on for us.
That's what I did. That's not-
Okay, here we go. So as the budget is, the screen is coming down, the first thing that we show here is the budget calendar. You're going to see the highlighted March 15th, which is the tentative budget presentation. That's where we're at in the budget process. As I've said before, this starts back in December and goes all the way until April. And there's a lot of work that goes in here among my senior staff, the building administrators, the Board of Education. But here is where we are in the process. We have 5 goals. I spoke about this in the superintendent's report. Goal number 1 is equity. Number 2 is learning acceleration. Number 3 is the New Jersey learning standards. Number 4 is security, safety, and infrastructure. And number 5, something we've worked on the last 6 years, is budget stability. What we don't want to have happen in our budget is we put a lot of things in, the next year we have to cut things, then put a lot of things in, then the next year have to cut things. We've tried to level that out as best as possible over the last couple of years. And one of the ways we've done that is we've reduced our reliance on surplus. I believe the number was somewhere around 11 million when I started here, our reliance on surplus, and it's around 5 million or so now. So we've reduced that reliance as we've gone along and built budgets over the years. So first thing as a budget driver is our enrollments. And if you look at the red lines versus the blue lines, red lines are the demographic study. The demographer said that we would be in declining enrollment in this district. The blue lines are reality. Yes. We are right now at 11,940 students, and we continue to grow as a school district. And here's my pitch for the strategic plan for facilities. If you would like to be part of the conversation about where we are going facility-wise to address our growing population, please come to our facility strategic planning meetings. We have one coming up at the end of March. I believe it's the 28th. If you actually email me or email my assistant, Beth Cooper, we'll put you on the list to come to that meeting. But we are growing, and we've been growing, and we're growing fast. Not only are we growing overall in our numbers, but we are also growing in our population of ELL students. So you will see that we have grown, and we have an enrollment of a total of 717 English language learners. That is actually an increase of 5 students from last month when I presented this slide to you. Okay, we've also, our enrollment in 21-22 was 572, so we've gone to 717. At the high school, our number again in winter of 2023 is 212, but that number also grew from last month. So we have growing enrollment as a whole and growing enrollment in segments of our student population. We also have charter school enrollment. The blue number is us. The red number is the charter schools in charter school students. So our charter school numbers are actually going from 303 to 304. That doesn't seem like a lot, but the cost per pupil increases, which means the cost to us to send to charter schools increases also. So this is another driver that we have in our budget. Now, all of those items, all of that information, we build a budget before we get state aid. And what I want to do tonight is tell you 2 parts of a story. The first part of the story is before we got state aid, and I've broken it out that way, and then I'm going to show you where we were. And the second part of the story is after we got our state aid, and what does that state aid mean to us as a school district? So before the state aid in our budget across the district, we have budgeted for new textbooks, and those new textbooks include AP European History, AP Government, Business Administration, Sports Marketing, Marketing Essentials, and those are the textbooks. And there's lots of reasons why we're getting new textbooks. A lot of times they are dated, they're aged, they're damaged, they're being replaced so that we have the updated versions. We're also going to get new English novels that align with our new program, world language novels. We're also going to get new Italian 1 textbooks. At the middle school, we are going to get science core and supplemental instructional materials. We are going to expand our leveled libraries for the elementary classrooms. Let me just explain what that means. In the elementary schools, we have a library in the school, but every classroom has a leveled library in their classroom. So students are leveled on where they are in reading. And so a student could go over to the wall and pick a book based on what their reading level is, or they can challenge themselves to a higher level book. So they're constantly reading in our classrooms and in our schools. And then additional online resources for mathematical fluency. So those are curricular enhancements that are focusing on our students. Additionally, other curricular enhancements include a musical instrument rotation, and we do this every year based on our lease purchase agreement that we have. So this year, North and Crockett are going to get new instruments, and art equipment rotation is East and Reynolds. We will also be enhancing driver education or repairing our cars. So we are one of the few districts in the state of New Jersey that still provides driver education. And those cars are equipped with a brake on the passenger side. Now, that brake goes by a lot of different terms, but we'll call that the holy cow brake, right? And they need to be repaired. We want to make sure that they're in good shape. Okay. So we still do our driver's ed. We are going to be upgrading those as we go forward. We're going to do equipment enhancements for our STEAM and applied technology at our middle schools and high schools. We're going to do enhanced teaching and learning, and that's part of our instructional platforms that we implemented during the pandemic and maintain those over a period of time. And then our high quality, meaningful professional development. Let me explain what that means. We don't just provide professional development during the school year. Professional development happens in our district every month, 12 months a year. That professional development is done by staff in district, our technology department, many different people. And it is, I'll put that professional development up against anybody around the county or the state. It's high quality. It's great training for our teachers, our staff, our administration. Other overviews that we have here in our student services enhancements, we're going to have some additional curriculum in our MD and autistic classes, also in our elementary LLD classrooms and our self-contained preschool disabled classrooms. We are implementing data teams. We're going to be analyzing data and taking action on that data. And again, this is a focus on students. We have a specialized reading program and a mental health tiered system of support. And we're going to do training for that system of support for all of our staff, so everybody understands the program and how to implement it and how to use it and how to benefit for our students. And then across the district, we have security enhancements. So this is pre-state aid. We are going to enhance the number of security personnel and put some security features into the middle school and high school, all pre-state aid. Also, we have a vested interest in maintaining technology in our district. We have expanded our technology across the district since 2016, when an assessment was done, to today. I think those of you who come to this meeting every year, you've heard me say this, the Wi-Fi in our elementary schools in 2014 and 15 was the same Wi-Fi you have in your homes. That doesn't work for kids, right? So we have a state-of-the-art infrastructure, Wi-Fi. We are one-to-one across the district. So we have additional enhancements and replacements of devices, replacements of interactive boards. We're going to be upgrading the closets for our elementary school with our switches and battery backups. And we're also going to purchase a number of digital translators. So basically, we've been piloting this thanks to Mr. O'Boyle and his team. And I actually don't have my phone on me here, but the size of an iPhone. Size of an iPhone, you can plug in the language of the person you're speaking with, and then you and the other person can speak and have a conversation, and that device will translate it so you can have a real-time conversation. We don't have to wait for a translator. We don't have to do any of that, so that we can meet the needs of people immediately. And so we're going to have a number of those in a number of our we're actually going to have them in all of our buildings for next year. That's part of the budget. This is, again, pre-state aid. So also prior to state aid coming out, we wanted to add 3 additional elementary school teachers. Why? You saw the growth. Okay, we have growth happening. 1 additional ESL teacher. Why? You saw the growth. One additional special education teacher, because we continue to grow program in this district. We have brought more students back from out of district placement than we send to out of district placement, even though those costs are increasing also, but that's because the cost of sending a student to out of district placement is more expensive. 3 additional special education aides to address programming. We have 2 additional bus drivers, and we've been trying to increase the number of bus drivers and lease buses to offset the exorbitant cost of transportation from companies that we are dealing with. And I have a chart for you on that in a couple minutes, and 1 additional administrative assistant. And so the net increase there is plus 11 staff that we would be adding. On top of that pre-state aid, we talked about maintaining our facilities. And remember, we've had a referendum passed back in 2017, where we've been doing work over the last couple of years. This will be the last year of that work online. We have a very long, but very informative presentation on the work that has been done at every single building in our district. So the items that we said were going to be part of the referendum are part of the referendum, and you can see the progress in the work and the completion that has happened over the last couple of years. But the last part of this is the VCT, or the tile. So we're going to be doing a lot of tile work across the district, and it says abatement because on some of that tile, the glue was asbestos glue, so that has to be abated. And we do that when we have those type of projects. On top of that, we're going to be using federal money, $3.5 million to upgrade Greenwood HVAC, $1.5 million for West and East HVAC cafeteria upgrades. So when that is done, Nottingham, East, and West will have air conditioning in their cafeterias. So as we move forward, as I've said publicly, we're trying to air condition larger spaces so kids and staff have a place to go on hot days. Because right now, when it gets too hot, as you know, if you are parents and we have kids in school, we have to call a half day because the 2nd and 3rd floor are at such a temperature. Okay. And Wilson and University Heights, we have to upgrade the cooling towers there. We have $2 million of ESSER funding for that. That's federal money. We've also applied for ROD grants, regular operating district grants, where if approved based on a priority list that the state has said based on project priority, the state would provide us 40% of the cost. The total cost of a HVAC project that we're looking at Layla is about $5.3 million. And to do roofing replacement at North, East, and West, it would be about $10.4 million. And why that's important is over the time that Ms. Atwood has been BA, one of her goals that she has achieved is to maintain the roofs under warranty at all times. So we want to make sure that our roofs are under warranty. If anything goes bad, that is under warranty and the warranty pays for that. So to do these upgrades on these roofs would maintain those warranties on the roof. We also do the lease purchase, as I mentioned, and lease purchase in the district will be for about $1.74 million. That'll include the musical instruments I talked about, the applied tech or STEAM. We always do district furniture, athletic equipment, some additional flooring, and then maintenance and operation vehicles. So when our vehicles are at the end of their life, they no longer run, they no longer work, they're not safe to drive, we have to replace them. And so there are a couple of vehicles there too. We also maintain our buildings. And this is a commitment that we said we would make as we did the referendum, is to also maintain our facilities. So there'll be about $2.6 million in required and preventive maintenance, and that includes our tradesmen in the district doing that type of work, and they're included in that. We'll also redo the remaining 2 high school tracks. We are putting 2 modular classrooms in Wilson. We will upgrade the Mercerville kitchen so that it can actually cook. It doesn't cook right now. We have to send food over there. We will replace the Yardville boiler. So if you were at our board meeting last month at Yardville Heights, the boiler wasn't working at that moment. And we had to get a computer card for it because that's what went bad. And I'm told, I don't know if this is necessarily exactly accurate, but I'm told it was the last one in the United States. Maybe not, maybe it is, but that just tells you they're not there, right? And so it actually needs to be replaced. We need to do district-wide paving. You'll notice in a couple of our parking lots, Steiner student parking lot, there are some ruts and some holes. We have to address those paving issues. We're going to upgrade the Klockner kindergarten and Steiner bathrooms to make them more accessible. One bathroom at Steiner and one kindergarten bathroom at Klockner, some power washing on our schools. And for over 20 years, Nottingham baseball field has had a major issue with water retention. When it rains, the water doesn't leave. It stays for days and days and days and a week. So that has to be addressed, and we're looking at addressing that. So that's all pre-state aid. And here is the charter school costs, an increase of $352,507. Here's the increase in state aid, not state aid, in transportation costs. So I want to point your attention to the arrow, the red arrow there, and see if so there's it starts here and goes here to the blue bars. This was our original budget for this year for transportation. And this is the actual revised budget due to the costs of transportation. The cost of contracts in transportation have exploded, $3 million more than what we budgeted. And that's not just here, that's happening all across the state, okay? So what were those drivers? So we have our normal health and salary increases. We have a spike in transportation renewals up over 6%. We needed additional teaching staff to address the increased enrollment. We need additional space for growing enrollment. We have anticipated special education rates of tuition costs, an increase of professional services over 8%. And that's less students placed out of district, as I explained, but increased costs as we go forward. We have an increased fill rate in our substitutes and an increased cost. We are still trying to increase the fill rate. That is one of the hardest things for us to do every day, but we are increasing it, and we've increased the costs. And then we continue to work on post-pandemic education and investing in preventive maintenance and capital improvement. So those are all the drivers that we've had as we've gone along, as we built this budget pre-state aid. And so when we did that, it resulted in about a $7.2 million budget gap. And this is about where we were last year, pre-state aid. Okay, so it's about $7.2 million. We then did get state aid, and we got an increase this year of state aid of $14.6 million. So what I want to point out here is here's our state aid right here, right now, with the $14.6 million increase. And then I want to point out this bar should be all the way back here, and it should be here. And I understand there's reasons why. I understand state budgets, all kinds of different things. But continually, not only when I've been superintendent, but all other superintendents that have been here have talked about the fact that the district has not gotten its fair share of state aid. And we are now getting much more of that. So what it's great to get $14.6 million more. We should have had that over the last 8 or 10 years. And we would have been able to fund more things as a school district. Okay. We are still underfunded, though, in transportation by 3.2 million and security aid by 1.4 million. But we are fully funded right now in special education, but that is not all we spend in our special education budget. But we are fully funded according to the state of New Jersey right now on their formula. But then the state does this under adequacy calculation. And what the state does with the numbers is, and Ms. Atwood could give you more detail on this, but basically it's figuring out how much more should there be in the budget and how much more into the tax levy. And what it says is there's about a $22.37 million gap based on the formula for adequacy, but it's really about 18 million the under adequacy. So the state is saying by its formula, there should be another $18 million in the budget through the tax levy. And that's how they determine under adequacy. All right. So then we get the state aid. That closes the gap of $7.2 million and leaves about $7.2 million for us to determine what other projects didn't we put into the budget and we had previously cut. So that includes fully funding the charter school increase through the additional state aid. We would then fund the middle school library projects, which are on year 1 of upgrade. We would do year 2 and 3 in 1 year. We would give them their year 2 and 3 allotment. So our high school libraries went through a renovation. They upgraded. They got new furniture, new carpet, new paint. They moved things around, new stacks so they could put things around. The middle school libraries would do the same thing because not only do kids go into the library, but classes go in the library. They do work, they do research, they do all kinds of different activities. So we would do year 2 and 3 all in one shot. We would get 2 additional basic skills teachers to address learning loss, 3 additional guidance counselors to address mental health and student counseling, including a guidance counselor who would be focused on students transitioning into the district to make sure that their transcripts were interpreted quickly and they were placed in the appropriate classes as soon as possible. So that would probably be more at a high school level, but we would make sure that those students would be able to get right into class. We would expand our tier 3 mental health wraparound program to Steinert, and then we would have that program at all 3 high schools. Additional security services and security systems. So I said pre-budget, we would be increasing some security personnel and put in some new security into the middle schools and high schools. This would be a full complement. So what this would do is we would have a campus monitor at every elementary school. And then we would have security personnel at our middle schools and high schools. We would also have security for kids coming in and visitors coming through the building. So if you've ever been to, I hate to admit it, I went to an Eagles playoff game when they played the Giants. I'm a Giants fan. But if you ever went to the Eagles Stadium and you walk through, they have security, you walk through and it's scanning you. If you go to Helene Fold, or you go to Capitol Health, or you go to some other facilities, as people walk through, they just get scanned to determine if there's anything on them. We would implement that at our middle schools and high schools, and we would have a security personnel present at those buildings. We would then begin also with the additional state aid, we would begin renovations to our high school auditoriums. $1 million to each auditorium at the high schools. Why is this important? Some of them have not really been upgraded since they opened. The other thing is at Nottingham, the soundboard, when it goes down, there's only one company that can repair it. They're out of New York, and you need a floppy disk. That is truthful statement, a floppy disk. So we would upgrade, do about $1 million worth of upgrades in each of those auditoriums. We would also begin to fund out of the base budget our pre-K program, our local pre-K program out of local funds versus federal funds. Some of you were here about 3 years ago when we took those local funds out and we used federal funds for our pre-K program. We said in a couple of years we would begin to fund it back in the base budget, and we're starting to do that now. And then all 3 middle schools would split $48,900 to create more clubs, activities, and sports for the students at the middle schools. We want more reasons for our kids to stay in school. We want our kids to be interested in coming to school. For some, that's a sport. For some, that's an activity. For some, it could be drones or drone racing or Lego League or something like that. So then with all that, we have a balanced budget. For the board and for the public, this is what a balanced budget looks like. And this is actually what the board will vote on tonight. Not everything that I've shown previously, but they're voting on this item right here, which is talking about the general fund, special revenues, debt service, and the total. And then the one question people ask is, what is the tax impact? So the average household in 2023 is assessed at $216,336. This budget has a 2.34% increase on the tax levy on the average home. Am I saying that correctly? On the levy, on the levy, 2.3% increase on the levy. The impact on the average household up there for the year is $11.56. That average impact on the average home for the month is 96 cents. And if you're determining your cost, if you are above or below the average household, it's $5.34 per $100,000 assessed value. And that is the tax impact. And with that, that is the tentative budget. I'll just stay down here in case I have to go to a slide. I don't know if there's anybody signed up. Oh, good.
His dad didn't have one in their shelf.
No question, right? Yes, any question? Okey-doke. Okay, next we have, anybody has anything for, oh no, we have our Board
I have
of
something.
Education announcements. I just have one quick one. I wanted to congratulate our board attorney on being elected as, for the New Jersey Association of School Attorneys, Officers and Trustees, President-elect for the 2022-24 year. So congratulations. Patrick. We
Okay.
both have something, so.
Yeah, quick. Do you have something? You sure?
Okay, flip a coin, movies.
Good evening, everyone. I thought I would give a quick recap about a lesson I learned at my governance class this past weekend. For those of you who don't know, because I didn't, if you get elected to the school board in the state of New Jersey, you must attend classes. In fact, New Jersey is the only state that requires you to do so. Now, one of the subtitles for our conversations this weekend was "Bring your ideas and warm chocolate chip cookies." Basically, this was about how most boards consist of 9 individuals with different ideas and viewpoints, and how to professionally and politely deal with that. If there is conflict, are we kind or are we rude? A good point was made that as representatives for our students, they will look to us and watch to see how we as adults handle any conflict and how we can be a positive influence and be a guide to be respectful and kind to everyone, even if we disagree. So taking the lesson quite literally, since I usually have no problem bringing my ideas, tonight I also brought chocolate chip cookies. So here they are. Not the Irish soda bread. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the students who had performed at the various schools. There's still some performances coming up. If you haven't checked it out, our students did an amazing job. So I just wanted to give them a shout out. My schedule permitted that I could go to the Percy Jackson at Nottingham, Seussical at Steiner, and right here, Moana, which was actually a sold out performance. It was really difficult to get tickets. So, and these students put on what was pretty much like a professional show. You can see some of the designs around you. Those actually lit up, and everyone did a great job. So I just wanted to congratulate the students.
I would like to give a shout out to the Steiner Jazz Festival, which I attended. It was very well run. The music was great. The parents did an awesome job. I cannot say enough about the parents. They had everything under control, and whoever catered the event
The food was awesome. The broccoli rabe and sausage was the best. So thank you for your work. You know, a lot of things don't happen in this district without parents.
Pretty soon we're going to pass them out there, but it keeps skipping them over. Okay, does anybody else have anything for the board before I go on to committee reports? Mr. Kanka? Did you, Dr. Fryer, were you jumping for?
No, I
anything?
didn't know
Oh,
who you were going to
okay.
ask first. It doesn't matter to me.
Go ahead, Mr. Kanka.
I'm first.
Yep, facilities and operations.
Good evening, everyone. The Facilities Committee had their Facilities and Operations Initiatives meeting on March the 8th at 8:30 a.m. I want to thank committee people who attended, senior staff who was there, and their input in the meeting. The meeting started out with a general conversation with communications with Dr. Rocco on some items that were going on in the district. Then we moved into, we had a couple of presentations in the meeting, one of which was a report from our auditor, Mr. John Swisher, on our fiscal year 22 audit. As far as John is concerned, and as far as his, staff and Mrs. Atwood's staff, we had the best possible unmodified opinion for our audit. There was no findings or recommendations in the report, and the district, as of right now, is in a very, very strong fiscal financial position. Mr. Swisher was unable to attend tonight due to a previous obligation, but he will be here to present a more in-depth report to the board and to the public in our April meeting on the 26th. But I want to congratulate Mrs. Atwood and her staff for the amount of work that they did. And Mr. Swisher, John's been around for 5 or 6 years, and they've worked very, very good together. As anybody knows that has been following this over the years, when he came in, there was a lot of work to be done, and Mrs. Atwood and her staff worked diligently to get this district on financial stable ground, where, John's looking for stuff now that he can't find, which I'm real happy for. And he will be here in April to present those findings to the public. And then we went into a preliminary budget discussion from Dr. Rocco, and just about probably 99% of the stuff he talked about tonight, we discussed in the meeting on what he was going to be presenting. And we're appreciative of that. Then we got into those two items took the majority of our meeting. We had a very, very short agenda other than those two particular items. There's going to be an update on the fields. Right now, work is going on as we speak at Hamilton High West, and we're experiencing some little bit of some delays, slight delays, because we've been having some weather issues with rain and a little bit of snow. But if the weather dries out, they feel that the contractors feel that they can make up that time that they have fallen behind. There was a little bit of a buffer in there anyway for bad weather, due to the fact that this project was taking place over the winter time. Then there was some discussion on the ROD grants, which Dr. Rocco reviewed in the budget presentation of how the money's going to be applied for. And he had mentioned about the Layler and the Yarborough Heights boiler application that's already been approved by the board. And some initiatives that we're looking forward to doing in the summer of 2024. Is that correct? 2024? Okay. 2023. With the modular classrooms, the HVAC in Greenwood West and East cafeterias. We all saw those that was in the upcoming budget. Then there was some work for that bids are due for the Mercerville and the Wilson University HVAC, which was already previously discussed by Dr. Rocco. It was a very, very short discussion on that. And if anybody has any questions, I'll see if I can answer them for you about what we talked about. Seeing none, I'll move on. Our next meeting is scheduled for April 19th at 8:30 in the morning. That concludes my report, and there's nothing on negotiations at all this year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kanko. Anything on negotiations? Or did I miss that?
Nothing. There's nothing this year at all.
Farah?
Thank you,
Curriculum
Mrs.
instruction?
Lombardo. The Curriculum and Instruction Committee met to discuss several things. Top on the agenda was registration for the district's free half-day preschool program, which is open this week. It's for students who live in the following school zones. It would be Greenwood, Kisthart, Klockner, Cooser, Layler, Yardville Heights, and Wilson. Classes begin in September of this year for students who will be 4 years old on or before October 1st of 2023. These are half-day programs with a morning and an afternoon time schedule. The programs will be held at Cooser, Layler, and Klockner, and the program is designed specifically for students who will attend our Title I programs. There are 90 seats available. All the information for the program and how to register is on the landing page of the district's website. And if parents need assistance, they can call either Greenwood, Kisthart, Klockner, Cooser, Layler, Yardville Heights, or Wilson schools. We also talked about the fact that the district has decided to hold English language classes for parents. At last count, we had 230 registered. Is that it? And classes have started, and they are being held at 3 different district sites. Personally, I think this is a great opportunity for our parents, and I would now like Spanish classes for me. And for my colleagues, please note that Board Policy and Regulation 2423, the bilingual and ESL education, is up for second read tonight. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Martin.
So in regards to the Personnel Committee, we met on March 8th. And we discussed several personnel matters. Dr. Rocco gave us an overview of the budget. And we also discussed which is actually on the agenda for this evening, which is an agreement for middle school athletics, which was updated to include other various sports. We also discussed an increase in student interest and adding additional coaching staff for the spring, which is of this year, to Steinert High School for baseball and golf. And you will also see the fall 2023 high school coaching appointments that were placed on the agenda for this evening. And that is all for the Personnel Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Anybody else have any questions?
Susan,
Sure.
I just want to back up and ask Ms. Ferrara. The Stages program, is that strictly an autism?
Yes,
Event.
Mr. Solentano, it is a curriculum specifically for
An
autism.
enhancement? Okay.
Anyone else? Dr. McShane?
Yeah, just quickly on DCR. Okay. We actually had a live DCR meeting January 19th, and it was a great event. Many people came. We actually went into breakout groups and had a long discussion on our core topics, which include the curriculum and instruction, the climate, culture, recruitment and retention, and suspension findings groups. And they went out and kind of figured out what were some of the core issues that they're looking to address. I unfortunately could not attend February's meeting. And March's meeting is actually tomorrow at 5 p.m. So if you're interested in joining the DCR meeting, feel free to go through the HTSD website and just look up DCR. It should pop up pretty quickly there. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody have anything else on the reports? Okay, seeing none, we'll have, anybody have any questions on the monthly suspension report? The monthly HIB report? Or the health report? Okay. Next, we have hearing of the public on, there's two separate sign-up sheets. One is for superintendent contract and one is the first hearing of the public. Because these three names are on both sheets and I don't have any topics on them, so I'm gonna call these people first and see if they just signed up both places for a particular reason or Michelle Turnsek.
Mrs. Lombardo, your screen for letting people know when their time is up is turned toward you.
Okay. Michelle Turnsek. So you're signed up for hearing of the public on agenda items only and because that says varied and superintendent contract. So if the varied items are not on the agenda, that'll have to wait till the second portion. If this is on the superintendent contract, I'll let you speak now for just that part of your,
Okay. That's
Okay.
all I wanted.
and you'll have to sign up for the second reading for the rest.
Okay, and that was the green sheet?
That's another sheet that's back there. It says second hearing. So we're just gonna go, are you speaking about the superintendent contract then?
Yes, I just have
Okay,
one
we'll go with
very-
that. We'll take you off of this sheet and we'll go back to this. Just because the three names are on both, and then I'm just gonna go completely on to the superintendent contract because we have nobody else on this agenda item only. So go ahead.
So this is just on the superintendent,
Yeah.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I only have one brief comment on the superintendent. I offer my support for him. He's walking a very fine line in this community between his colleagues on the school board, state regulations, teachers, parents, and members of the community. It's an extremely difficult job, and I recommend his contract be extended to 2028. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joanne Bruno, you're in the same. You're on both sheets also, so. I don't know if this is on agenda items or the superintendent contract.
Superintendent contract.
So the next time you'll have to come out.
Yes.
Okay, so just, everyone here and on this list, we're gonna hear everybody out. Freedom of speech, as everybody has, I'm sure I saw that I wrote this a few times. Dr. Rocco is nowhere near in jeopardy of anything. So I know that there was some speaking out that we're come out and support him because he might be going somewhere and like he's going nowhere as far as we all know. Unless all my board members lipped their lids about an hour ago. That was never even the intent. This is just something that we always have to do, and we want to keep transparency going, or we could have done this in December. We waited for our new board member or members to be sworn in and wait for the contract to come back. And now it's all here. So now we're just voting on it tonight. But if we would have voted on it in December, we would have had this list of people saying we were trying to sneak something through before the election was over and the new board members were on. So I just want to make something clear that I don't know how that started or where that came from. But as you see, 8 of us are the same people that have been here last year, and we have one bright new member that, trust me, she's cannot brainwash any of us to change our minds in any way, shape, or form. So, but go ahead, continue. I just wanted to make that clear for all the people that signed up about this that might be concerned.
And I was
That
told that
should
this
not be a
was
concern.
a normal procedure,
Mhm.
but nonetheless, I wanted to show my support for someone who has been honored by his peers. He was given an award. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate his outstanding work that he's done for our town and for our students, and that I support him getting his contract renewed. And thank you very much for the work.
Okay, one more. Sandra Harrington. You are on for agenda items. And so do you have agenda items? Because we'll listen to both if you have agenda.
I have both. But
Okay, so we'll start with your agenda items.
I did hear what you said, but since I did prepare something, not too,
Okay,
too
so
lengthy.
can we go with your agenda items first? And then I'm going to continue on with everybody with the superintendent contract. Is that okay?
Well, can I tell you what I was going to say about Dr. Rocco specifically?
But yeah, I was going to let you do that, but I want you to do your agenda items first, unless you got that up already and you're ready to go.
I've got that one up if that's
Okay, go ahead. I'm
And
sorry.
I have
saw
my
your
old
phone
lady
after the
glasses
fact.
on, not my
Okay,
regular
go ahead.
glasses. My name is Sandra Harrington. I'm a proud Cooser teacher. I've been with the district since 2005. I've come to speak in support of Dr. Rocco's contract. When Dr. Rocco came to us as superintendent, I was afraid to have high hopes he would last. We had recently gone through several years of a merry-go-round of temporary or interim superintendents. Most rode in here like knights in shining armor with big ideas and left when they realized the momentous task it was to get an aging, underfunded district of our size on the right track. The last 3 years have been incredibly challenging. Dr. Rocco could easily move on to a smaller district. He could pursue a position in higher education. He is superintendent of the year, but he is sticking it out through the worst. And many teachers will tell you this has been the worst year of the 3 pandemic years in both physical and emotional stress. Our district has a lot of areas for growth. Why does he stay? As he mentioned, he lives here. He has skin in the game. Over the years, I've spoken many times and have never sugarcoated my critique when I feel I need to advocate for my students and colleagues. And I feel that Dr. Rocco respects that. So I'm here because I'm hoping that he will continue to stay for some time because he brings his ties from higher education and brings current research and trends and hopefully lots of new teachers as well. Thank you.
Sandra? Did you have an agenda item also, or is that it? Because then we'll be done with the agenda items only and we can continue with the. Okay, did you just make sure you get your name up, or I'll pull you off of this one if you don't, okay? Okay, next, Janice Glonick.
I read that notice in the paper about Dr. Rocco's contract being up for renewal, and the public was invited to speak about it. So I thought I would give my observations and thoughts on the matter. Dr. Rocco always seems willing to listen to what you have to say. When the board has mentioned on numerous occasions that if they have a problem, he's always available to meet with them whenever they ask. I've also had several meetings with him and talked after board meetings as well. I also called last month and he had Mr. Scotto answer my call the very next day. Dr. Rocco doesn't always do what you want, but he hears you out. I mean, we got the cursive writing pass, which was outstanding. but the conference is on Halloween is still nuts and instead of the week before Thanksgiving. Just so I put that out there. Okay, he's also received several awards, Mercer County Superintendent of the Year, and he's always humble in his acceptance. He always gives credit to his staff and to you, the school board, for supporting his goals. He also visits schools every month, which was something totally unheard of since I am back from the days of the Pilgrims. I mean, we never saw a superintendent. Only one time, the principal was walking this man through the school and we're going, who is that guy? And then lunchtime, we checked with the secretary, he says, oh, he's a superintendent. We have son of a gun. Okay. And then when he gives his reports and especially his presentations, he's unbelievable. No stammering, stuttering, pausing. It just flows. I can't do that when I practice 2 days for a 4-minute speech. Even David Muir and the news people on TV mess up, but not Dr. Rocco. When he answers questions, the same thing. Information just flows and the answers are off the top of his head. He definitely knows his stuff about education and the school system. No matter how nuts the crowd gets also, he always maintains his cool. So I would say there's definitely no way you can not rehire him. If you don't, someone will definitely snatch him up. Just to listen to his presentations is well worth the money. So I say vote yes, having been since the days of the Pilgrims. He's the best superintendent we've ever seen. And since he's such a good listener and with a little luck, maybe some of the things that get reintroduced will happen because nothing is written in stone and I'm not going away.
Next, we have Melissa DeFelice. And this is all on the superintendent contract. This is what we're on here.
So like it's been said before that Dr. Rocco has won awards, ranked as one of the best superintendents in the state. Also, I'm a parent in the district and I'm part of the facilities subcommittee that Dr. Rocco leads. And just from working with him on there, I was able to see just how dedicated he is to improving our growing school district and really appreciated him including us parents in the process. At that very first meeting, he asked us to brainstorm any idea that we would like to see in Hamilton schools to make it better. And I really appreciated that opportunity to bring us all together to just dream of what we could have, even if we knew all of it wouldn't have been possible. So basically, after a revolving door of not so great superintendents in the past, I really look forward to the renewal of his contract as someone who is truly dedicated to the education of all our township students. Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Lankowski.
Good evening. When I heard that there was a chance to speak publicly about Dr. Rocco in support of his contract renewal, there's no way that I was going to miss out on that. Prior to Dr. Rocco becoming superintendent, I used the analogy of the Titanic and equate it to our district. Large icebergs were all around us and no one was capable of manning the ship. I watched helplessly as scores of families moved to other neighboring districts. However, under Dr. Rocco, communications have increased and improved significantly. We passed a critical referendum, which everyone thought was impossible. Students are required to take an AP exam if they take an AP course. Who would have thought? And the district pays the fees for that testing. He got us one-to-one with devices so that the pandemic was not an epic disaster. Dr. Rocco has helped us to unify as one school district and use the hashtag #OneHamilton, which was created and implemented throughout many areas. In fact, our high school bands are all going to perform together at Disney in May. Who would have thought? He is incredibly responsive, and his even measured nature has always been incredibly helpful, especially over the past 10 months when members of the public have hurled hatred and scorn at the Board of Ed, and will no doubt do it this evening.
So thank you, Dr. Rocco, from the bottom of our hearts for righting our ship. It may still have some leaks here and there, but we have been out of danger of sinking since you took the helm. Thank you.
John Fisher. Thank you. Nikki Graham.
She's passing.
Passing? Okay, thank you. Fran Carroll.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo my praise for Dr. Rocco, the 2022 Superintendent of the Year by the New Jersey Association of School Administrators. I met Dr. Rocco shortly after he came after a great period, other people have mentioned, of instability for our district. The stability that he brought, I think I met him when he was on his tour of different schools to talk about the referendum we had so much trouble passing, so many had not passed, and we really needed this facilities referendum to pass, and he helped us and he got it done. That was no small feat. And I particularly want to thank him, other than the amazing stability, is someone else mentioned the AP programs at the high school, just the increase in enrollment, the increase in choices for our kids in that, and particularly that paying for the exams. So these students can take these exams, which I don't know if a lot of people know, cost almost $100 per. And as the parent of 3 kids who took a lot of these, took advantage of these, one of my daughters took 6 of these AP and the exams, one took 5. My son is taking 7 total. He has 3 this year, although one is physics and that's a double period. And apparently there's 2 physics tests. So it's actually 4 this year. And given that I'm a parent who will have 3 kids, I'll be paying tuition for 3 kids in college all at once come this fall, that's no small thing to someone like me on a limited budget. So thank you so much. I hope this contract is renewed and I hope that you stay for a long time. We're lucky to have you. Thank you.
Brenda Julian. Brenda.
So I know when my emails come through, you're looking for a problem. What does Ms. Julian have to say today? But like everyone else, I'm here to voice my support for the contract renewal. I think Dr. Rocco has given us great stability in our district when, as you've heard, there was none. We had a revolving door of interns and you took on the challenge. And though sometimes you guys get emails that I'm upset about something, you always are respectful and respond. And thank you. You should please pass his contract tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one we have is Danielle Evelyn.
I don't know where the rumor that Dr. Rocco's contract was in jeopardy of not being renewed came from, but I felt the need to speak in support of him. A superintendent is the face of a school district. They are responsible for the successes as well as the failures. It is a rewarding role, but also a difficult and taxing one. It takes an exceptional person with a unique set of skills to be an effective superintendent. Dr. Rocco has proven to be an effective leader who encourages collaboration between the board, the parents, the students, and the community as a whole. He is an innovative leader who strives for transparency and accountability. He goes out of his way to keep his door open and be available. At the end of the day, Dr. Rocco has always kept the needs of all of our students at the forefront. Their best interest has always been a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that closes that portion of the hearing of the public. So next, we're going to move to curriculum instruction. If Dr. Ferrara, excuse my voice, he can bring us through those roll call items.
Absolutely. Upon the recommendation of the superintendent, I move items 1 through 9.
Second.
Okay, before I go, with board members that might have questions on that. I have one myself. So, and maybe Ms. Atwood or Dr. Rocco, you can explain this, because for numbers H, I, J, K, and L. For H, I, J, and K, it's one price, but it looks like it's doubled for L, and I didn't understand why the rest of them aren't doing the same, I guess, what?
See you looking at Mrs.
They have
Lombardo.
faci- What?
Overnight
Looking
field
at-
trips.
Curriculum instruction,
Number 6.
number 6.
Number 6. Okay. I thought you said 8. I'm
H,
sorry.
I, J, K, and L. Number L, they're all going to the same place at the same time, but one's being reimbursed for almost for everything, and the other ones are only asking for registration.
Yes, so H, I, J, and K are St. Rayfield staff. And so they are attending the whole event, but they will be going back and forth. So there's no residency there. Then these are our staff below that are going. So, and some are going to be staying overnight, some are going to be traveling back and forth based on where they live. So, yeah, that's
But wouldn't we give them all the same for this one column?
not if they're not staying, not if they're not
Okay,
staying for the day.
that's not
Yeah.
for like during the day.
Yep.
Okay. I know that a couple of us will wonder, I didn't see the St. Rayfield's under there, but the other ones are all ours. Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions on these?
Well, now
Christina,
that
did you have your hand up?
Nope, sorry.
Okay.
well, now that we're on those, that topic, are any of those people presenting, Dr. Rocco?
I don't think it said any of those were.
So I'd have to ask Mr. O'Boyle. So there's a good possibility that they are presenting because our tech department presented at Texpo this past year. They had a number of presentations, were very well received by the people that were there. And Texpo is the largest technology conference for educators in the state of New Jersey and very well received. So are they presenting at?
Yes, our instructional technology team was accepted to present, they call it a poster presentation. So there's a whole section at ISTE where they have a whole bunch of educators with tables and they create these giant posters about their presentation. So they'll be out there. It's not only our instructional technology team, but I believe a couple of our principals are also presenting there.
Thank you.
And Mr. O'Boyle, just explain to folks what ISTE is.
ISTE is the International Society of Technology and Education. So it brings out people from all over the world that are involved in educating students in education and technology. So while it's in Philadelphia right now, every year it travels from one part to another part to another part of the country. It just is convenient that it's close enough that it's in Philly this year. But it is a huge, huge conference that brings thousands of people. So you're not just going to be interacting with teachers or supervisors or superintendents from New Jersey. They're going to see people from all over the world and get to share what Hamilton's doing with all those individuals.
It's one of the largest in the world. And the importance of him explaining that is that our folks are presenting there. That's how good they are. So congratulations to your department.
So one more question before, are you going to announce the gift donations before you do that? Though I have a question on those actually. I think there was only 2 and it was the same one. Are we getting that? Like, it's a weird donation. Like, is there a reason why was it that we couldn't get transportation for this trip or they just decided to pay for the transportation?
This I believe this was a grant. You're talking about the Robinson bus transportation in the State House.
Donation, or is that this goes under gift donation, a grant?
I think I think this was the grant. I'm not sure if.
It says grants on the form.
And we've had other schools get the same grant from Eagleton
I'm
to
just-
go to
When
the
we
state.
get grant, I guess I didn't notice it before. A grant goes under, you have to donate. It's a donation, even
Gift
though it's a
grant.
grant.
Yeah.
Okay. I just thought it was odd that it was for transportation. That's usually not what we get them for.
It's actually the most expensive part of the trip now.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but
you know,
that's why it shocked me. I'm like, okay,
it's a grant. Yeah.
just had a question. All right. Anybody else, any questions on those?
And actually, my
Go ahead.
question was very similar. So is it that there's one trip and we received 2 grants for that, or are there 2 separate trips?
It's for each class.
Each class, okay.
It
I think it
actually
was two-
appears that $750 is a grant and the other is a donation from the company itself, not a grant. So it looks like it's $1,500 for one bus, but it's split between the two.
But it looks like 750 is the grant. I mean, the donation. isn't it?
750 for bus coverage to the trip to the State House is the one. And the other one is 750 for the grant. Yeah, it's the same one. So
Looks like 2 separate.
it's two separate, it's
Yeah,
two
they're
separate
definitely-
items. Yeah.
It's probably
Yep.
two, maybe the grades had to split into two because all three couldn't go on a bus together or something. All 3 classes. I don't know. I just was wondering. I never saw it for transportation. I was a little shocked. Okay.
And it was a little confusing because I saw that we, as a board, approved it in October and last month. Oh, okay,
Did you hear
2
what-
separate.
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
McShane
what was that,
said?
Dr. McShane?
I was just saying, it appears that we approved either, it says the trips funded via grant submissions that were board approved in October of 2022 and February of
Mhm.
This past month.
Before, you already approved it though.
Approve the trips. This is just approving the funds.
Okay.
Yeah, the trips were approved.
The trips were approved. Okay.
Okay.
Funding.
So then
Thanks.
there's 2 separate trips,
Correct.
one for each class. Got it. Okay. Teamwork.
Okay, if we
perfect.
got that, if nobody else has any other questions, we can move those items. Ms. Atwood?
Dr. Farrar,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
I'm abstaining from number 6, level D as in dog, and I vote yes for the rest.
Mr. Kaga,
Yes.
Dr. McShane,
Yes.
Ms. Thornton,
Yes.
Ms. Byrne,
Yes.
Mr. Salantano,
Yes.
Ms. Lombardo.
Yes.
Motion's passed.
Mr. Kenka?
As per recommendation of the superintendent, I move finance and operation motions 1 through 13.
Second.
Does anybody have any questions on those?
Madam President. Not a question, I just need some clarification here. Because I was unable to attend our meeting the other day. I just want a little bit more time to look at our tentative budget. I don't have any problem with the numbers. I just want to make sure I understand it completely because I don't want to be asked a question and say, gee, I don't know. So this is just the first reading. I mean, this is just the tentative portion of it. So it goes to the county superintendent for approval of our numbers. It comes back. So next month will be the final. Okay, so if you don't mind, I'll just abstain on that one tonight.
Dr. McShane?
Mr. Kenka, I'm not sure if I missed staring your report. Maybe you went over it. I'm sorry if I did miss it. Is there any update on basically the student debt that's accumulating for food service?
No, we haven't discussed that.
Okay.
We didn't discuss that in the previous meeting, but I'll get it on the agenda for April and I'll have a number for you.
Great, thank you.
I would like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Kenka. Oh,
The security systems listed as a line item of $1.8 million.
Yes.
Is that specific to the implementation and placement equipment for the detectors you had referenced in your presentation, or is that and bringing in more staff? And if it is that and bringing in more staff, what is the like how much is this running of the security systems?
So there are two line items, and I had just closed out of the budget, so give me a second here. The 1.8 million is for the devices. So there will be two sets at every high school, one set at each middle school, and one at HEP. And then there is another line item, and just give me a second to go to it on my slide. The other line item is for security services, additional security services, which is $900,000.
So I still, and I still, I don't love the security systems still. For example, I'm assuming we're getting 10 of these then. So 3 for the middle schools, 6 for the high schools, and 1 for HEP. Okay. So Crockett, from what I understand, most kids enter through 2 sets of doors, A house, B house doors. And most kids don't come through the front. There's only one, if we're doing this, there's only one door. And yeah.
Yeah, so there would have to be an adjustment to how we enter the building. However, I sent Dr. Altabello and Mr. O'Boyle up to Irvington, who has a system very similar to the type of system we're looking at, to watch 2,000 kids come through in the morning.
Yeah.
There was no delay. Kids just come right through the system. They know how it works, and it's addressed. So they allowed us to come down. We will go back up and take a look again and ask some logistical questions, but it's a pretty efficient system. Once you get everybody to understand how it operates and where you walk through, I think it's also important to have some adjustment to how we enter our buildings and not have every door open and let people come in from all over the place, but a little more controlled environment with that. And I know over time, we've done that and limited the number of doors that kids have been able to come through. But the first thing that kids and staff and the community need to feel before anything else can happen in a building is safe. And I think the important piece of this is to make our buildings safer. We all know and read and have seen what has happened on the news and around the country. And, you can't guarantee 100% safe, but you can say we can make it safer. And so I think that's kind of the concept as we're going forward here.
That is great, especially I know you guys, I had seen the way the devices work. They look like when you're walking into like a store, they're just there. They're very nondescript and people just walk through. So they don't slow anyone down. There's no wands. But for 2,000 kids, so are they having 2,000 kids come in through just 2 doors?
No, one door.
One door. They have 2,000
Entry.
kids coming through
One
one
entry.
door and it doesn't slow them down at all?
And I'm sorry, I can't see him here. Dr. Altabello, he's on the side, but he actually witnessed it. Could you just give a little detail on that about what you and Mr. O'Boyle saw?
So just a couple of clarification questions. Mr. Gonzalez, I've met with the middle school principals and I've met with the high school principals already to start the logistics of the background logistics of where would they enter, how would they enter, what it's going to look like, who's going to man those systems, how things are going to be addressed in the event that we move forward with the initiative, right? Because it's going to take planning. In addition, Mr. O'Boyle and I did go to Irvington. Irvington has roughly 2,000 students that enter through one double door in the front of their building, and they walk through one double lane, which is what we would have at one of the entrances at the high schools and one of the entrances at the middle schools. Our high schools were tentatively thinking of having 2 areas of entrance because of the number of kids. The middle schools were tentatively talking about having 1. But I would say, and Mr. O'Boyle's here as well, we saw roughly 2,000 students enter the building in 20 minutes, which is
Pretty normal.
exceptional.
Yeah. It's
When we're talking about at the middle school level, our numbers are roughly, the biggest is 950. So I would say 10 to 15 minutes to get them all through.
And then, yeah, that's it. I have no more follow-up questions.
Okay. Anybody else on security?
No, I will say thank you for sharing that. I watched the video. Maybe the rest of the board members might want to see how it actually works, but I didn't think it looked like it was anything scary or invasive. You just walked on through like you would a store. So
And I would assume that, as Dr. Rocco said, if you've gone to Phillies game, you've gone to a Giants game, you've gone to an Eagles game, you've gone to Helene Fold, you've walked through these things and may not even realize that you have walked
and
through
I
these
do
things.
think I understand what you're saying, Mr. Gonzalez, but if you go past the schools on any morning, they're not all just flooding in all at the same time anyway. So
Absolutely.
it'll kind of just, some are there real early, some show up really late, as we all know. But Mr. Kanka, did you have something?
Yeah, I remember our discussion when we initially talked about this. These are multi-use items too. They can be moved and relocated for
Correct.
other purposes. Am I correct?
That is correct. There's a little bit of logistics associated with moving them, but they are, and that is one of the things we talked about. Especially when you have a big sporting night, some of our teams, especially during the winter season, draw a huge crowd of people. So, and if you've gone to any sporting events in any other districts in Mercer County, some of you have gone through systems like this or gone through security that have things in place already.
Well, and the other thing too is just at the high school level, to Dr. Rocco's point, while we will have a double lane at the main entrance of the buildings, we are also considering a single lane that would be in a different location, which would be, for example, if you've ever gone to a basketball game at Hamilton West, you come in through that back entrance, that would be where the second system would be, so that for that purpose. And each of these systems are mobile. None of them require any facility installation. So they can at any time be moved in the event that we decide that where we originally placed them is not where we want them, or we need to move them. They are mobile, and I don't want to speak for Mr. O'Boyle in the tech department, but I will. He's assured me that they can handle that in the event that we need to. It's legitimately set them up, plug them in, and we're up and operating.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that they're multi-purpose.
Dr. Artabella, can you share with the board the video that you copied me on and shared with Liam? Because
Yes.
it was only about, it's not really a video, it's sort of exactly from beginning to end how they work. And then it's a question and answer at the end. It was pretty informative, maybe about a half hour long, I'd say, but you can skip through it or whatever part you want, but it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I will share the link that will show you a sample of one of these systems that we're talking about. If I don't do it before we leave tomorrow morning.
Okay. You guys, go ahead, Mr. Kanka.
Excuse me.
just-
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. were you-
On the security?
Yes, on this.
Go ahead.
And first, I need to say security is really important to me. I was in 7th grade when Columbine happened. I was in 10th grade when 9/11 happened. I was in college when Virginia Tech happened, when I was at a tech school. So it's super important. And one thing that's important to me that I want to make sure that we consider is having, some of that budget is going towards security personnel. And I want to make sure that the security personnel can be part of the school and understand the students. I don't want a revolving door of people who are just there for a day who don't know Tim from Steve. And, I just think it's super important that they become part of the community that, some of the SROs have been, and really are able to understand the environment that they're in.
Thank you.
Mr. Kanka, you had something else?
Yes. I just, it's not about the security.
Okay,
I'm
you're
moving on.
dismissed, Mr. Artabella.
I'm moving on, Mr.
Dr.
Dr.
Artabella.
Artabella.
Go ahead.
I just want to go back on what I've been saying for the past few months about the food service. Please have the parents, all you parents, if you're qualified and eligible, please sign up for the reduced or the free lunch and no breakfast programs.
Okay.
Or even if you don't know if you're qualified, fill out the application.
Just fill it
and
out.
Find out.
And you'll find out, because a lot of the arrears payments could be averted if you just filled out the paperwork, because you may be eligible and you won't have to worry about paying that bill. So please fill it out. That's it.
You do like a mass mailing maybe to everybody? We can't, no, email. To the district. Okay. I was just asking Dr. Rocco if there's anything else we can do as a district to get that word out. And he said they've done mass emails out to everyone also. So we might just have to send another.
Susan, I just noticed number 11 is a roll call, and I think we gave a second to that entire group. So
Was it?
11's a roll call, so it should be like,
They're all roll call. We changed everything to roll calls.
okay,
For a year.
that's fine, okay.
I guess, Miss Atwood, we'll just have to add RC next to all those now so we can remind everybody their roll calls. So you want to,
Already
Call
moved it.
are we
Moved it,
done?
I seconded.
I know, I'm looking, making sure everybody's done.
Okay.
Miss Atwood?
Dr. Farrar,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Mr. Kanka,
Yes.
Dr. McShee,
Yes.
Ms. Thornton,
On motion 10, abstain on page 5, line 4, and page 20, lines 8 through 11. Yes on all others.
Ms. Byrne,
Yes, but I'm going to abstain on Bill's list, page 18, invoice number 2305785, and abstain from number 11. Yes to the rest.
Mr. Salantano,
Yes, and yes, and as previously explained, I will abstain on number 11 tonight.
Ms. Lombardo,
Yes.
motion's pass.
Okay, Miss Thornton?
Upon the recommendations of the superintendent, I move personnel items 1 through 14.
Second.
Miss Thornton, you want to go through that one part?
Yes.
I know we have a is he in here tonight? Yeah, there he is.
So on
Finally thrown in the
motion
towel.
10, our retirements, I'd just like to go over some of our retirements. We have a few this month. So we have an elementary teacher from Cooser Elementary, 35 years, Karen Argis. Teacher of special education at Reynolds Middle School, 27 years, 8 months, Jennifer McKeever. Teacher of English Language Arts, Reynolds Middle School, 23 years, Mary Ann Karras. Elementary teacher at Robinson Elementary, 25 years, Kathleen Chell. We have an educational assistant at University Heights Elementary School, 25 years, Jacqueline Prekop. And we have a custodian at Hamilton High School East, 32 years, Carrie Spulik. And I did leave one for last because I can't believe I'm actually going to announce this because it will definitely be different not seeing this individual at our board meetings every month. So guidance counselor from Hamilton High School North, guidance counselor from Hamilton High School East, president of the Hamilton Township Education Association, 29 years, Frank Gatto.
Let's not forget. I said, let's not forget multiple football coach positions.
Yes. And I just.
President of the union. Let's move on. How much more should we add? What other coaches were you?
Yes.
You're
But I just-
finally thrown in the towel, huh, Mr. Gatto?
So I want to thank you all so much for your dedication. You will all be truly missed. Thank you. And we wish you all the best in your retirement.
Mr. Gatto. So I want to congratulate you on your retirement as a guidance counselor and a coach. You were always a guidance counselor and a coach, no matter what position you were in, whether you were a teacher or whether you were the union president. If you don't know, Mr. Gatto and I don't always get along on every item, and we remind ourselves of that when we talk, but a true gentleman. He'd come in, we'd talk, get a little heated sometimes. But when the door opened, we had some form of agreement. I didn't win all the time and he didn't win all the time. But what I want to say is this. Number one, he always cared about kids. Number two, he always cared about the staff that he represented. And number three, he's got the biggest heart for this district. So I want to thank you for everything that you have done for this district, for everybody who's a staff member and a faculty member here, and for every kid that's come through our school district. So thank you.
I'll wait till your actual retirement date before I give my little speech. Make sure you come back. Okay, anybody else anything to say about any of those? Okay, see, none, Ms. Atwood?
Dr. Farrar?
Yes, except on motion 1, I need to abstain on 1B3.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Mr. Kanka?
Yes.
Dr. McSheen?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Ms. Byrne?
Yes.
Mr. Salantano?
Yes, but I believe I need to abstain on 14 or whatever the process is. And that's the contract because of, I have to recuse myself on that. Am I correct?
Yes.
So I abstain.
Ms. Lombardo?
Yes,
Motion's passed.
so I hear a sigh of relief in the room. Everybody was gonna have to ask Dr. Rocco's wife. Are you gonna be able to take him home tonight with this, all these compliments that were given to him this evening? We'll come over and open up an extra door to get him in. Go ahead, Dr. Rocco.
Yeah, first of all, I want to extend my appreciation to the Board of Education for extending my contract. There's a lot of work to still be done. We've achieved a lot together, but there's still a tremendous amount that we need to do together. I want to thank the community for coming out and supporting me. That's humbling to hear, and I appreciate it, but I want to say very seriously that the men and women as part of my senior staff, they do the heavy lift every day. So I want to thank them, and you're giving me compliments because they work hard every day. And so do the teachers in this district and the administrators and the staff in the district. They're the ones that deserve the accolades. I thank you for the comments you made today and the support you've provided, but that support is possible because they work hard every day, from the custodian to the secretary, to the teacher, to the building administrator, to these men and women who are up here that have to deal with a lot of things that you don't see behind the scenes. So thank you for the comments. Thank you for the extension of the contract, and let's continue to move forward.
Thank you. Okay, any other business? Anybody have any other business?
I just want to know if anybody reads
If you
the
do.
newspapers. A little disturbing to see a twofold spread about one of the books that we have a little controversy about. It was a twofold spread in the New York Post, I believe it was. And quite frankly, disgusting and disturbing.
Which book was it?
2 books.
I believe it was genderqueer. I think that was one of them, but I think I have the paper with me. You have paper? Yeah. I don't think we need to. We might want to pass that around. If you would, you want to pass that around, just let them take a look at what was in the newspaper. I guess what's bothersome about that is exactly what some of us have been talking about, and we need to do better than that. It's the second part of it. So you need to do better than that. So I'll leave it at that, but just a thought, when you see stuff like that, this is not what some of the groups have been talking about here. And as far as I'm concerned, I do not know of any board member here that wants to suppress free speech, nor wants to remove books for the sake of removing books. Whether you know it or not, in New Jersey, there's 2 laws that apply: pornography and obscenity. There's only 7 states, I believe, maybe 8 states in the union that uses obscenity as a weapon against whatever. My biggest concern is I think we had a good night tonight, and I think one thing proves itself is that we are teaching youngsters, we're doing things different. That's what we need to continue to do, but within the framework of decency. And that's where I'm coming from. So whatever. Just want to bring that up to you because when I seen this, and this was only on, I think, Wednesday or Thursday's paper this past week, or maybe the week before. And I was surprised I didn't get any. I'm surprised nobody seen it. Well, if you don't get the New York Post, you're not going to see it. If you read the Times, the Trentonian in New Jersey, I remember a comedian one time came here and he said those two papers aren't even good enough to wrap fish in. That's how bad they were. Do you get the Post?
I was just gonna, wait. Yeah, I
Okay,
was just gonna
excuse me.
say, I want to go on record as saying the New York Post is not a newspaper, it's a rag.
Really?
Okay,
Well,
okay. We're not gonna- Okay, excuse me. Okay,
Madam
you done, Mr.
President.
Santana?
I'm finished. Yeah.
Madam President,
Sure.
I'd like to address the board about the 5 other reports that we've received this past week, also pertaining to some of the same issues. So this is unfortunately not just in New Jersey, but across the country. This is becoming an issue for a lot of school boards. And I know that we started a committee way back several, I believe, what is it, 7 or 8 months ago? And I'm wondering, do we have a formal position yet?
Dr. Rocco, did the committee come back yet?
They have not reported back yet, but the first and the second set of challenges were met by standard with a committee established in time. And the committee does not have time frame to produce a result. However, what I can tell you is they have met, they continue to work, they have made progress, and they are making sure that they do a detailed job to address the challenge that they've been presented with. So there's 1 originally, and there are 6 in the new, but it's really 5 because one of the books has already been challenged.
So I have a question regarding the committees. Just like we kind of take turns to hear different, hearings and whatnot. For the new books that have come in, will the board president, for example, get to select different board members to be on the hearings for the new books that have been submitted?
So I have the same committee operating right now. Otherwise, the delay in getting people to start working on it would be weeks or not a month to get people to go. So I've actually given that out to the existing committee. If the board president so chooses to direct me to have a new committee established, I can do that.
Thank you.
Patrick, should it be a different committee or same committee over?
I believe the regulation specifies that the superintendent is supposed to form the committee.
Oh, the superintendent, not me, so.
Correct. That's
our.
our board policy.
And your committee hasn't wrapped up the first book yet?
I can give an update that we were close to wrapping up, and there's been another challenge to the same book, which raises different issues. So we were not able to issue a report.
Time out.
Mrs. Lombardo.
So wait, no, I'm asking in the middle
Oh,
of a
I
question.
didn't, I
and I'll
thought
get to
you were
you.
done.
So
when you're
we
done.
had a challenge on a book that you were wrapped up. Now there's a
We did
second,
not wrap it up. We were
You're almost-
preparing a written report as required by the regulation.
but now there's a second challenge. Wouldn't that be a different looking, like how are we combining
But
two
it's the same
challenges?
book.
It's the same book. Ms. Harvey and I had a very brief conversation. The thought process on my part and her talking back and forth, and I don't want to speak for you, but was this committee has already been working on this book. They are working to produce a report. There's another challenge coming out. Why would we then produce a report on one and have a result and then have another committee do the
I
same
get it,
analysis?
but I'm just trying to find out what can different, if you looked at the book and you found out one way or the other, what can another challenge do to change that?
Because the
challenge-
challenge is substantively different.
Yes.
The challenge is related to items in the book. And we are tasked under the regulation with reviewing multiple factors. So this subsequent report is vastly different than the first report.
The first one challenged the whole book as a whole.
No, both challenged the book as a whole.
Yeah.
However, the basis for that challenge as a whole are radically different. One is related to images and the other is related to the actual topics in the book.
Okay, okay. We'll take it. I guess we'll take it offline. I'm just saying, we picked these committee members, you did, for one book. I don't know if they even know that they are going to now be tasked with every single challenge that come down the pike.
They have been notified.
But do they have a choice to stay on or
They
not?
provide them a choice.
Madam
Okay.
President, can I make a motion to move?
I don't know how that's going to actually work, having the same people.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move it to committee of the full board, or to at least have the president be able to.
I can't, but according to the law, it's got to come from it. Patrick, can you weigh in on this?
That's not consistent with the policy that exists now or the regulation that exists.
Can you show me that policy?
Just read it.
It's regulation 9130.
Yeah, I don't have access to the
I
regulation.
have it right here.
But I have
can-
access to.
So that regulation
Policy
says.
9130. I don't have access to it right now. I've been sent it before. But policy 9130, the superintendent shall appoint a committee of professional staff members and community representatives to review the challenge material against the standards for the selection of resource materials established by board policy. The committee will report its findings to the board. No challenge material may be removed from the curriculum or from a collection of resource materials except by action of the Board of Education. And no challenge material may be removed solely because it presents ideas that may be unpopular or offensive to some. Any board action to remove material will be accompanied by the board's statement of its reasons for the removal.
Okay, thank you. We're going to look more into it, Mr. Burns, and
Mrs. Lombardo, could we have a presentation from Mr. Carrick on the difference between obscenity and pornography? What our responsibilities are as board members? There was an ethics ruling that came out last week that essentially talked about not the books, but the standards were kind of in this parallel movement. And I personally would like some clarity.
can you add that into your ethics? The training you're going to give us?
Yeah, you want me to do that
I just added in there.
for next month?
Well, we were supposed to have an ethics training presentation at one of the board meetings, but it keeps being postponed because more important, I don't want to say more important, but talking about the ethics training from Patrick about being important. He's been pushed back every month. First, it was the curriculum presentation, then we hit the budget. So we will have him next month, and that you can add a little part of that, please, into your, and it will be during our public meeting next month, okay?
Thank you.
There's an obscenity.
Oh, yes. you guys-
What would the presentation be on? What is the difference between pornography
Or we
and
might have to wait till
obscenity?
the next month because we have budget next month also, so it'll be.
No, that would,
What month are we in?
so
May.
my request was if Mr. Carrick could explain the difference under New Jersey law, the difference between pornography and obscenity, because legally they are different. But now Mrs. Lombardo is saying that we're going to get ethics training and Mr. Carrick will kind of loop that in.
And I don't know if he really, he's not gonna, I don't think he needs to tell us the difference between pornography and what, this is gonna be school related according to the laws of the books and what we can and cannot do as school board members.
Well, understand. that
Because
the
your
law-
version of mine might be
No,
different.
the law is very
Yeah, you
specific.
don't know.
Right, but what I'm
Okay.
saying is the law is specific, the school about pornography and
Mhm.
obscenity. So it's not like an opinion, not
Mhm.
my opinion anyway.
It is.
Yes,
ahead,
but I
Mr.
can tell you
Kanka.
that New Jersey is one of 7 states, Alaska, Arizona, Colorado, Missouri, Oklahoma, New Jersey, and Rhode Island that have not adopted an OES. In other words, the 45 other states do have exemptions which allow obscenities into the school libraries. New Jersey does not have that exemption.
I understand you said that
Okay.
during committee, but I want to understand what that means.
Okay. can
It
we
means that
just
we might be violating that obscenity law by having these books in the library. That's how
Well,
I understand it.
Well,
Okay,
but
can we,
that's why
can we,
you
can we
have a
stop
lawyer.
it there for now?
I need to add.
One second, Dr. McShane, because
I'm done.
Did you have, do you want him to go first? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Machine.
Yeah, and it's
Mr.
just-
Kanka had his hand up, but go
It's
ahead.
just because we've been talking about these books for, it feels like a year. Now. Maybe it's been a year. Maybe it's been a little more than a year. And I want to offer to the board, I am fully for exploring books. And I want to make sure that if we're having discussions, we're not turning to the New York Post on someone. I mean, who's writing there? I don't know. I'm not saying for or against. It's someone's opinion about these books and maybe what's in it or not. And I'm not going to take a poll here, but I know only a few of us have read 1 or 2 or 3 of these books. I've read Gender, Queer, and Flamer. And I really offer, us having a discussion, maybe, one-on-one or whatever. But I hate having these discussions of like lists of items that someone went through and cherry picked. You could find things in the Bible that are horrible. You can find things in any book that are horrible. It's not. I'm not saying that to get the Bible banned. I think it's an important thing to have access to. And I think that's just what a big part of this conversation is. So if we want to have a discussion about Flamer or the contents in it, let's do that. Let's read through the book, because you can take a 10 seconds out of any movie and say this is pornographic. But if you're losing the rest of the 3 hours, 2 hours of the movie, what's the point? You're not being
Okay,
truthful.
I think we're gonna.
I think the
let's
question then,
stop.
Dr. Machine, is pornography meeting our own Hamilton standards that the schools meet the maturation levels of children? Because pornography is illegal for children under 18.
Okay.
and
If
this
you would like to
books
read the
are-
book, I would love to have a discussion.
I would like to
Can we-
raise a point of order that there has been a committee that was formed as
Excuse
under
me.
a regulation.
Can we, okay, sorry, let me just stop. We have a committee for the books. We're gonna talk about that committee and make sure everybody's on it, wants to continue on it like a grand jury. You're stuck on it once you get on it. But we want to make sure they're on it and mean that they can dedicate the time and not postpone. The second thing is like, we're not here to change each other's minds, and we are all allowed to think the way we want to think. I don't think anybody's saying anything about the writing in the book. From what I know and what a few of us have said, it's some of the pictures that were disturbing. Whether we like it or not, I might think a picture's disturbing, you might not, or I might think it's great, you
She's
might
saying
not. So let's just move on.
Mr. President, but
'cause
there
we're
was a
never
list of
We're never
words.
gonna get to the 3 hours.
I
of
understand, but
signups if
just
we
a
don't get
quick
moving.
correction that the complaints that we did receive on the books that are going to review, apparently, there was lists of specific words. So it's not just pictures necessarily. So
No,
I
I'm
just want to
talking
clarify
about
that.
what board members have been talking about, not what the people, I didn't read the challenges because I'm not on the committee, and I'd rather let them do their job and I'll read the book and then make my own opinion on that, but thank you for everybody's opinion, but we're all gonna have to agree to disagree on this, or we can go back and forth all night long. Mr. Kanka, did you have anything to add?
Not on this topic.
Go ahead, add whatever you want to add.
I just want to remind the board president that we're going to have a budget presentation next month.
Well, you just said we'll move it to May. We
Going to
changed
move
it.
his to May?
Yeah.
Okay. He's getting pushed down one more month.
Budget presentation next month.
And we have the
We
auditor
moved him
coming.
again.
We have the auditor coming in April too.
Well, we're not moving them further than April because we need to get them done before the school year's up. We've already voted, that'll be 6 months since June. I wanted them in January. But we'll talk about it. Mr.
Okay.
Kent, okay? And if we have to, then I guess you're getting moved to June.
Everyone. How about July?
Okay. Anybody else have anything for other business? Okay, and next month our meeting's on the same scheduled day, or we change it for a holiday or
We had
anything?
to change it we had to change the meeting because of the requirement for
But
the budget. So I
That'll be
believe
April.
it is April 26th. Is that correct? April 26th.
It's here.
It's at West.
Okay, so the next board meeting will be April 26th at Hamilton West. Anybody, and that will be, I assume, in their auditorium? Okay,
try the cafeteria.
not if you have a presentation, you're gonna have nothing to put it on.
Yeah, the big screen.
Okay, cafeteria?
I believe it's a cafeteria.
It's a little bit more.
If not, we'll post it, right? So the actual location at West is not confirmed yet.
Has not been posted, so wherever
Okay.
you want it, I
So
will.
it's just at Hamilton West. Okay. Whatever's easier for the budget presentation, I'd say for that one. Okay. Okay, next we have hearing of the public on school-related matters. And we have about 35 people signed up, and we're gonna start with Sandra Harrington, because I told you I'd go back to you first.
Thank you. Again, my name is Sandra Harrington, and I am a proud Hoosier teacher. I haven't been to a board meeting in person in some time due to the pandemic, but I felt compelled to come tonight. I have been distressed by the vitriol and anti-public education and anti-diversity sentiment that has reared its ugly head of late. That may have been the root of tonight's stampede to the podium in support of Dr. Rocco. That support stems directly from his view of public education and the rights of all students to that education, an education that they can see themselves reflected in. To speak plainly, the other reason, of course, is the recent book ban requests. I ask the board to reject book bans on principle and continue to trust our school librarians and teachers and administration. Trust the committee process, trust the regulations and the policy. I reject the insinuations that these book ban requests imply. It's often said that no one goes into education to get rich, and that still holds true. I ask the voices that have recently brought such vitriol to our BOE meetings to not politicize our school district. Please don't use our schools to further your own political agenda. We just want to teach kids, all kids. Thank you.
Next, we have Joanne Bruno. Joanne Bruno, please.
As a resident who attended the public schools in Hamilton and a former middle school, high school teacher in both a religious school for 3 years and over 30 years in public school, I find it intriguing that we have a curious situation in our Hamilton School Board at this time. Someone who feels they were chosen specifically to represent the people here in our town. Anyone who understands election ballot placement knows how important it is to be in the first column for an election. To also be on the first line of the first column is worth gold. For any unknown candidate to think that they were the top vote getter because the people in this town knew who they were voting for and what they stood for, and that is why they got those votes, is naive at best. We have over 100,000 people in Hamilton. Most people don't know who they are going to vote for when they get to the polls. You have a true advantage if you are the first one on the list. So don't think you were selected because they thought you were the best choice to represent them. You won the ballot placement lottery being number 1 on the list. Tonight, this lottery winner got to decide if an award-winning superintendent got his contract renewed. A normal procedure for someone who has been honored by his peers for his outstanding work. Someone we, the people of Hamilton, are proud to have as a leader of our schools. I hope that lottery winner decided to represent the people of this town and not some ideological or secular viewpoint that has no relevance to this decision. In fact, it's insulting that someone who did not even have her children attend our wonderful Hamilton public schools because she decided instead to homeschool them should even be a public school board making decisions for people who chose to have our children get a public education. Why not run to be on a school board for a private school or a religious school? And oh, that's right, they don't have school boards, and some churches don't have schools at all. One more thing, 76% of Americans object to banning books. If there are books being considered for being banned in Hamilton, there needs to be transparency. No one should be banning books without a process being put in place, which I understand you do have. All members of the public should be aware of the books being considered, the process being used, and be a part of the discussion. I can speak for most, if not all, the people here in red tonight. We are against banning books, period. This is still a democracy. Parents, not school board members, should decide what their kids can and cannot read. This is not minority rule. This is a public school, not private, not religious. If you don't like it, go build your own school and do what you want to do. The public, all the public has a say based on truth and facts, not lies from Rupert Murdoch and the New York Post, unless he wants to pay another $1.5 billion.
Michelle Terscaling. Michelle? I'm sorry, I switched your two names, so come on up. You were actually before her.
I have a few comments on this book banning issue also, and a couple other issues. I want to know the exact titles of them and how many there are in relation to how many books are in the library. What percentage of the library catalog are these books? Call me skeptical, but unless I see these books with the library imprint on them, I am going to assume that someone is lying to the community for their own political agenda and the advance of their careers. I certainly don't believe Dennis and Judy from 101.5 or anything written in the New York Post. There should be a review by the public of these books. We don't know what's in them. We're just assuming what people are telling the public is correct, and I'm not going to believe it until I see it. Thank you. And on that, and also want to comment on Mrs. Ferraro saying about they're offering ESL to parents. Will there be a fee for that? Oh, that's fantastic. That's wonderful. I've also heard that these parents are struggling in meetings with the teachers, discussing issues with their students. I suggest developing a community of bilingual people that could help these parents. We could pair them with, they could go to the meetings and help them understand what's going on with their parents, their children. We need to support the parents in this journey of educating all children. We need to make sure our children succeed and become functional, successful members of our community. It's been said that it takes a village, and we in the community could and should be that village. Thank you.
Frank Gatto.
As you get a little older, you get stiffer. I want to warn you now. I want to thank you for the kind words, Dr. Rocco, and you and I had many conversations, and maybe it's my coaching background, teamwork wise between everybody here got us through the major part of the pandemic. And we've talked about that many times. I had the honor of representing members of the HTA. I have a great leadership team, Mary Ann Pace, Sandy, who's here tonight, Dan, and Karen. And it's just been wonderful. Sitting back behind me is a lady by the name of Patty Adonisio, my first vice president, who was really the heart and soul of our union. So always told me when to keep quiet, stuff like that, which was good. I'll tell you something. Last meeting, I listened to someone basically threaten everybody, including teachers. I just want to let that person know. I don't know if he's sitting there or somebody knows him. Behind those librarians, because one of them called me on the phone, was crying on the phone to me, is 225,000 members of the NGA, including the Mercer County Educational Association. There's a number of people in the audience who are actually from other schools, and I certainly thank them for coming. I take it personal. I have a daughter who teaches children autism in Pennsylvania, and Dr. Rocco knows how very proud I am. I'm very boisterous about her. You're threatening me now. That's how I feel about it. You're threatening the wrong person. And that's what happens when you get out of control. You know, when you look at the situation in Florida, Dr. Rocco and I are baseball people. We talked about it. We actually coached against each other many years ago, and we're smiling about that. I told you we were better than you guys at you, but anyway, you know, In Florida right now, a book got banned called Roberto Clemente, who was a legendary player in the 60s, Hall of Famer. Gets in a plane, fills the plane with food, and all he wanted to do was take that food to Nicaragua where they had an earthquake. He paid for the food. He died in a plane crash. So you know why we banned the book in Florida with Mr. DeSantis, who I would love to have a conversation with, because I'm an Italian American too. He doesn't have a clue. We banned the book because I read the book. I'm an avid reader, and the book actually said, basically, was talking about how hard it was growing up as a person of color in the 60s. That's why we banned the book. This type of thing can happen. I read excerpts of the African Studies course, AP course, just to see what was in it. It's ridiculous that they're trying to ban an AP course in Florida. This is the kind of thing when you don't sit down and work things out and you got agendas. I read the course. Now, this is the same governor who went to Yale who benefited from AP courses. So my question to Mr. DeSantis and the rest of those clowns, and I apologize for using that term, but that's the best one I got in my ear right now. I'd ask him a simple question. You do not want students to have the opportunities that you had. Really? I had a call from a former player from Florida, and he's a teacher right now, and he's talking about moving up. I said, come to New Jersey. It's better. It's better. I don't want to go back to what happened previous to the previous governor. I happen to like Governor Murphy, and I've met him personally. He loves education. He loves kids. So I just want to thank everybody. And it's been an honor to represent the HTA. And, you know, I had a really difficult decision 29 years ago. It was a local school district that offered me a job the same day. But I coached against a lot of the people at Steiner. And I said, you know, that's where I'm going. And, you know, in life, you think about a lot of bad decisions you make. That was a hell of a good one on my part. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Melissa Police.
Hello, up here again. Like I said before, I am a resident of Hamilton, and I am a parent of 2 kids who attend Hamilton schools. And I just wanted to talk today because I've heard a lot about history be brought up, about, you know, history education. And history is pretty important to me, especially my family's history here in New Jersey. I'm the daughter of a strong line of Italian immigrants. I take pride in my family's history, and I have memories of visiting Ellis Island to see the names of my 4 great-grandparents who left their homes and families to make a new life here in this country. And I'm a product of their hard work and sacrifice, and I pass that history on to my own children. And my children, my whole family loves history. We live in a historic house built in the 1860s, and you know, my husband does reenactment, and my son wants to join him one day doing the Revolutionary War reenactments. And my son, who's 7, said to me one day, he said, you know, Native Americans ride horses and shoot arrows. I was like, oh, well, where did you learn that? And he says, oh, Pop told me. All right. So I let him know that that was a stereotype and gave him information about the Lenni Lenape tribes that used to own this land that we live on now. And he goes, oh yeah, I learned about those in school. He told me about the houses they lived in and the stuff that they wore. And I said, you know, I have friends and coworkers who are Native American, and his eyes grew wide. Like I told him I was friends with Santa. I showed him their Facebook profile pictures, and he goes, they look like us. And I said, yeah, they are like us. So at the age of 7, our culture has already taught my son an inaccurate history. He currently only has a mythological understanding of who Native Americans are, and seem to think that their place in history is like the dinosaurs, relics of the past. And when he learned that they do exist, he didn't realize they don't still live in teepees or longhouses. And you know, I had that same misconception as a child. And this made me consider my family's history and life in this country. At the time my great-grandparents arrived, Italian immigrants were stereotyped as lazy criminals, not truly Caucasian. Of course, they were able to overcome those tropes over time, but what if that didn't happen? What if my heritage was only seen as an ancient stereotype and my ancestors' stories of what they became after the second wave of immigration was erased. The thing is, my son deserves to have more than the mythological version of our country's history, especially if he is to compete in a global economy as an adult. He deserves to be fully knowledgeable of our country's different stories, especially the voices that were not included in the history that I was given. And that left me naive and not fully educated, and I'm upset about that. That's why I support our schools teaching a thorough, fair, and unbiased account of our country's history. My son's generation needs to learn from the past so that they can continue to make our country great. Teachers and parents like me know what is best for our kids, and I trust our teachers to ensure our kids get the best education possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Resigliano. Anna Resigliano.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Resigliano, and I have a fifth grader at Yardville Elementary and a ninth grader at Steinert High School. Like many of you, it saddens me to see all the garbage left along our streets and in our town. I'm here today to share some information on events and some volunteer opportunities coming up in April, where I'm hoping that members of our community can come together to have fun, clean up garbage, and take pride in the town that they live in. The first event is a well-coordinated township community and stream cleanup on April 15th. This is a fabulous event for anyone looking for service hours and/or a free breakfast and coffee. You will see more information about this event on the flyer, which I hope most of you will pick up on your way out the door tonight. April 22nd is Earth Day annually, and we would like to also ask for Hamilton residents, business owners, employees, and students to clean up the areas where they live, work, and play. This event will not be centrally coordinated, and people can basically clean up at whatever time works for them. I'm in the process of reaching out to local public and private schools, churches, organizations such as the Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts to get them involved. And I'm doing what I can to promote these events on social media and joining local meetings such as this. Today, I would like to ask for your help to socialize these events with students and parents across our township schools. Please consider sharing these flyers with students and asking them to get involved and volunteer to help clean up the town that they live in. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of the first 20 minutes.
I make a motion that we extend time. How much time do we need? How many more people have we got?
We need 2 hours. I'm not kidding.
We give them 2 minutes apiece, maybe, but they accept 2 minutes.
That would be 1 hour.
2.5 hours.
I'm seconding the motion. whatever.
Well, wait, I didn't make, I mean, I just
You didn't
started the
make a
motion. I didn't know how long a time do you want, Mr. Salantana?
If we extend it the way it is right now, we
It'd be
need
2
2 hours and like 4 minutes.
I make a motion to give the remaining people 2 minutes to speak.
All right, I'll second
That will
that.
be 10.
I think people got there. Try not to be redundant.
An hour. We good?
It is what it is. I seconded I seconded.
Second, so you just have to call the vote.
What?
It's already seconded, so you just have to call the vote.
So did you ask to extend it an hour? At
I
2
did.
minutes?
Christina made a motion. I seconded
People
hers.
2 minutes
2 minutes
each.
each.
So that would be, we have to do it for the whole amount of time. I gotta stop it every 20 minutes, don't I?
No.
We can't just do it for the say 2 minutes, because then we're stopping it and 20 minutes.
She said to extend it an hour.
She,
I think so
for
now.
giving everybody
Yes.
2 minutes. for an hour.
Correct.
You got that, Ms. Atwood?
And we're extending this for two, letting.
We're extending the
remaining-
board, we're extending this portion for 1 more hour, and that should cover everybody at 2 minutes per person.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion passes.
So please, everybody, please try and adhere to the 2 minutes. So Geraldine McSorley. And I'm just gonna call 2 more people just so they can be ready. John Muka and I don't know the first name. The last name is Tassine. Is it Joe, Joy? Okay. So do I change it or I'll just watch it.
Good evening, everyone. It seems that a few people who have claimed other people have an agenda have their own agenda. My name is Geraldine McSorley. I've been paying taxes as a Hamilton resident for 40 years. I will make 2 points. My husband and I raised 7 children, educated them collectively 56 years of Catholic grammar school, 28 years of Catholic high school, a total of 84 years, and you can add 20 years of Catholic college. But just to be fair, we will only consider Hamilton and Mercer County if we rounded it off to $10,000 per year per student in the public system over the span of our children's students' lives. An estimated $850,000 was spared from this school budget. The word is that you think because we do not have a child in this system that our presence to you and what we believe is irrelevant. I dare say that the silent voting majority believe collectively in a fundamental truth that our country was founded for such a time as this. We profess to speak and live our lives in the protection and the virtues of decency and patriotic truths. Is there anyone here on this board that thinks that I do not have a right to evaluate, assess, invoke understanding, and give my opinions in the evaluations of procedures, curriculum, and hiring practices in this school system? Secondly, I am the first generation of Irish immigrants. My father and mother were required to have in their possession papers that qualified them upon entry. First, that my father would have employment upon arrival. Secondly, 2 witnesses to meet them to verify they were who they were. My parents secured an attorney immediately and began the process of citizenship.
Sorley, your time is up. Sorry.
I'll just end that St. Patrick's Day is Friday. And St. Patrick was the greatest saint
Okay.
who
Ms. Mc-
converted
I'm
Ireland.
sorry, but remember we agreed to stick to the 2
I
minutes.
appreciate your time. Thank you.
John Muka. Okay, excuse me, sir. We're not going to do that on either side. Thank you. I did. I know, I can't do it, so I'm stopping it at 2 minutes. You'll see. If I didn't go to 1:58, I would have let him go for the last 2 minutes, but go ahead, Mr. Muka. Okay, so everybody understands when it hits 2 minutes, I'm gonna try and hit stop. If not, it will reset to 4 and I'll stop it again at 2. Because we're not gonna reset the whole clock. Mr. Muka, I'm sorry, go ahead.
First of all, regarding the pornographic, vulgar, and age-inappropriate books, I think the best thing to do would be to sequester the books that have been challenged until the committee reports are done and keep them away from the children in the meantime until that decision is made. Next, we were talking about curriculum last time. There are still things that are on our minds for the curriculum. There is no report on this at the school board meetings. So we ask for a report of status each time. I addressed the 2 controversies last time. What we're going to teach about the unborn. Are they actually human beings or are they disposable as they are under New Jersey law? What is that curriculum content going to be? How will it be decided? On transgenderism, it's another controversy. I know these are difficult things to come to agreement on or come to some way of going forward. But some people think that transgender affirmation is the proper way to teach and the proper way to take care of these problems. There is an alternate viewpoint, which is that what the child really needs is actual therapy, mental help, assistance, being listened to at length before any decisions are made about social transition or anything else. As far as the banned books go, I am going to hold up a book here that is not presently in the library, and I think it should be, Irreversible Damage by Abigail Schreier. This gives an alternative view to what to do with transgenderism. It's a very thoughtful book. It's worth reading. And I'm going to provide each of you a copy of it before you leave today, if you'd like to take it with you. Finally, I think that we need to have better discussion about these things, more involvement as citizens. If Mr. Kanka came up with another football field to build, and we saw problems with that, we should be listened to about those problems.
Sir.
And the same thing with the curriculum.
Thank you, Mr. Mika.
Yes,
Wait 1 second, sir, before you start. Jackie Huffman, Jim Huffman, and Jim Moon, if you want to come on up. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, so my
Chasteen.
name is Joe Jessen, and I'm
Jensen,
a
sorry.
Hamilton native for a million years, but
Go ahead.
what I'd like to talk about is not my opinion, and it's not an ideology, and it's not something I've read in a non-peer reviewed journal or picked up on a stray database, but the state of New Jersey has a standardized test for both English and math, and we are in below zero basically with the standard of that. The standard of Algebra 1, for example, is 15% of the Steinert students have passed the state achievement minimum, met or exceeded the state minimum. So by any standardization, it's a total disaster. I mean, this is again, this is not a theory. All the data I'm going to use right now for a minute left is going to be from the state of New Jersey's own database and federal databases. So what we're talking about is not graduating students here, by and large, over 80%, that doesn't meet the minimum college requirements for a four-year university for math and science. So I'm an adjunct professor at the College of New Jersey, and the basic requirements, I'll say real fast, is you have to submit an SAT math score of 630 or above and show 4 years of high school math, which must include Algebra 2, geometry, and trigonometry. So the fact is, we don't test for trigonometry standards. We do test for geometry. Geometry, we got a whopping score of 17% students that passed it. So we have a disaster on our hands. I don't care about any new program. You can't pass students that don't meet the minimum state requirements for math, or you shut the school down. So fix the problem. Don't talk about any introduction of any new courses.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jackie Huffman.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Hoffman. I'm a longtime resident of Hamilton Township and have 4 children who have graduated from Steinert High School. I'm a former educator and am currently working in the mental health field. I'm here to express my concern with the state of our school system, as well as my hope for improvement and growth. All of us are here this evening because we share a passion for the direction of our schools and what that means for the children of the township. And that is a good thing. I believe that we all want the best for our children. We want them to be safe and self-confident and to achieve the fullest of their potential. We need to look at each other and to remember that we all have that common goal. Our children look to us, depend on us to provide an atmosphere where they can flourish. The pandemic threw all schools into a tailspin. Most schools today now have full-time mental health counselors, but we can't expect the schools to fix all the problems
that the children in this town are dealing with. It's too much, but we can expect the schools to educate them. I've lived in this town for over 30 years, and in all those years, Hamilton Township schools have consistently scored below the state average in math, reading, etc. My question is why? Our children are just as intelligent, just as gifted and amazing and wonderful as the children living in districts with consistently high scores. We all need to realize we need to come together to ask ourselves, what is the legacy we want to give our children? Dr. Rocco, you members of the board, what do you want to be remembered for? We parents, do we want to be remembered as the district with the consistently horrific test scores who fought with each other like cats and dogs over whether or not to be a woke district? Or do we want to be remembered as the district that finally turned our schools around into one of the consistently—
Excuse me, miss, your time is up.
Top scoring districts? Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Hoffman.
Hello, Jim Hoffman. That was my lovely wife, Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. Great job. Over the past month, there's been a lot of discussion about the 2020 state health and physical education standards. And I hope and trust that the administration and also the board will consider safety and well-being of all students when writing the curriculum that aligns with the standards. But I have my doubts, and it's specifically because of past actions of the board, specifically the implementation of district policy 5756. For those of you who don't know what that is, among other things, the policy states that the student determines their gender, that the school must accept the stated gender of the student, and that parents should not be notified. But the most troubling part of this standard is that the student can use the bathroom of the sex that they believe they are. So a biological male could use a girl's bathroom. So again, the policy states that addresses the needs of transgender students, but it does not address the feelings, the thoughts, the needs of the rest of the students that choose to align with the gender that God gave them when they were born. Now, you may have remembered that back in 2021, horrific situation in Loudoun County, Virginia, where there was a transgender male who sexually assaulted a 14-year-old girl in a bathroom, then was transferred to another school, did the same thing. So I asked the board, did approval of 5756 bring a safer environment to our students, or did it take us one step closer where we could have a repeat of Loudoun County here in Hamilton Township? So my ask of the administration and of the board is, when you're considering the curriculum, when you're writing the curriculum, please keep in mind the safety, the mental health, and the well-being of all of our students. And it's going to require courage, like the courage my wife had coming up here and all these people here and
Sir,
expressing their views. Thank
time's
you.
up. Thank you. Jim Moon. And then it will be Janice Gonick and Lisa Lankowski, but Jim,
My daughter wishes to donate her 2 minutes to
Doesn't
my
work that way.
speech, please.
No,
your daughter's not on the list.
Samantha Moon
doesn't work that way.
is on the list.
No, I'm sorry, we
Not
can't do
ever
that.
permitted that ever.
We can't allow that.
So we won't allow it now.
She can read the rest of your speech, but we can't have you take
Absolutely,
4
do
minutes.
that. Okay, so I'm here to speak about the ridiculous opt-out option for the solution for the explicit sexual material that's being proposed. Okay, our illustrious Hillary Clinton says it takes a village to raise a child. Unfortunately, that's the case. In the villages, 8 to 10 hours in school environment, 3 hours home life, another 3 to 4 hours on the internet or the phone before they go to bed. The bulk of our children's time is spent in the culture of the school environment. So what culture are we creating? What are we opting out of? Okay, habitual, by the definition of Webster, regularly repeating, doing, or practicing something or acting in the manner of having the nature of a habit. Habitual candor, behavior, or dog use. Regularly repeating, doing, practicing, or acting in some manner, doing something by force of habit. Habitual drunkards, a habitual liar, resorted on a regular basis, our habitual diet, inherit of individual habitual grace. If we put our kids in the culture of bullying, you get bullying, you get bullies. If you put your culture in drugs, you get drug addicted children, okay? Aren't these the bad cultures where you've been fighting for decades? Okay, we put them in sexual deviance, you're gonna get sexual deviance. Okay, so there's no opt-out. Opt-out is a cop-out for the system to appease the parents, okay, so that you can push so this agenda can be pushed in. For the parents, it's so they can be complacent and have somebody else to make the decision for them. These explicit sexual teachings should not be taught in the home and certainly not in the school environment. This sex culture, okay, that is being created has a great potential to result in date rape and teen pregnancy. There's laws to prevent these kind of harms to our children, and we should take advantage of those laws. There's two sides of the debate. Those who wish to impose the environment of sexual overtones in the school system, okay, and those who wish to obtain safe, effectual education.
Your time's up, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna take
Janice
I'm gonna take
Glonick.
2 more seconds. We
Janice-
should not
Janice
section as a
Glonick.
watch guard
Janice
for a
Glonick.
good school system.
Your time is
for
up,
money
sir.
and appropriate-
Sir, your time is up. Janice Glonick, you're up.
Let my daughter ask these questions to you.
Go ahead, Ms. Glonick.
Okay, I had 4 things, so I guess I'll knock it down to 2. Something
Talk
has to
pretty
be done
fast.
about the lunchroom aid situation. A lot of our special area teachers and personnel are quitting due to the extra unpaid duty. It takes away their prep and doesn't even give time to catch your breath between their morning and afternoon classes. They're getting paid higher at other districts and they have no lunch duty to do. Maybe if we ask teachers who want to be paid, we pay them or some classroom assistants and they could do the lunchroom duty, or to save some money, if we could get lunchroom aides back just for like 3 hours on just Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to get the staff a break so they can have a lot, or otherwise we're going to have a lot of vacant positions because a lot of teachers are quitting these special area teachers because they don't want to do it. And we're going to have a lot of open positions and that's not good. So somehow or other, we've got to get maybe the aides in part-time or pay the teachers or do something about that. Then staff development. Now it's on the computer before or after school and it's on your own time and you're uncompensated. How early do you have to get up to watch the staff development before you go to teach? And that you're supposed to be getting your mindset to teach, not to be listening to that. Then after school, you have papers to mark, you have your own family cooking dinner, your own kids doing homework and sports. Elementary teachers spend a lot of extra time doing schoolwork every day anyway, and don't need the workshops. We need to go back to in-class workshops during the day, like we used to have. Each grade level used to meet. You got to meet all 17 first grade schools met together. You found out what problems everybody had. You could solve them together. Oh, somebody has a different idea. Oh, that's great. I'll try that idea. And you have conversations in between your own grade level, which made it much better. And you get more information, better ideas, and people ask questions that you didn't even think of. And that way it needs to go back indoors.
Thank you, Ms. Glonick.
During the day, rather, not indoors.
Mrs. Lankowski, Lisa Lankowski.
Hello again. All right, I'm going to lighten it up for a moment. The Smartones are in the running to open for Foreigner in September. That is the a cappella group over at Steiner. And so please vote so that they can perform there. We're going to post this on our HTCSE page, and we also shared the NHS STEP team. Will a robocall go out about the CPAG meeting on March 23rd? And also perhaps consider a robocall about the free and reduced lunch and maybe do it in English and Spanish because we're not clearly reaching people the way that we want to. Okay, that was enough of the nice light stuff. Chocolate chip cookies are a sweet gesture. You know what's not kind and sweet? Feeding New Jersey 101.5 distorted information about our school district. Shame on responsible Hamilton for maligning our school librarians about the decommissioning of books in our schools. As I stated last month, this is a normal, planned procedure that has been turned upside down due to ignorance. Congratulations for having a media presence that represents our state to lump this decommissioning to political agendas. of select book removal. We have so many wonderful things to highlight, and yet we want to tear us all down. Those cookies are sure to leave a bitter taste in many mouths tonight. Good night.
Samantha Moon. And then we have Rob Benjamin and John Fisher after her. Ready, Samantha?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Are Hamilton Township schools safe for all? I'm not sure they could be if we are exposing our children to books with explicit sexual images, which you can find in our school libraries. It is well known that pornography leads to addiction, sexual assault, and violence, and it is a criminal offense to show these images to minors. If they're being read I've read the books that are being challenged, and they do consist of images of minors of genitals. So the genitals of minors. And if you believe that that is a child porn, then you are ignorant and you shouldn't be teaching children. I'm against banning books for this. I'm not against banning books for the sake of banning books, but I am for banning child pornography. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Benjamin. I believe it says Rob Benjamin. Okay. John Fisher.
Hello, I am a parent of 2 children in the district, kindergarten and 2nd grade. First, I want to apologize to the gentleman that I walked into the building with. I told him the board meetings are never in the auditorium, and I was clearly incorrect. I want to thank members of the board for asking for a legal explanation of what pornography actually is. They may be shocked to find that it is not defined as things certain radio personalities and newspapers and pundits don't like. I also want to thank the board for actually understanding that making the district less equal and less welcoming to diverse student populations won't magically increase standardized test scores of the district. And I also want to thank the board for understanding that the vast majority of sexual assaults are committed by cis straight men known by the victim, not some trans boogeyman. The discussion of banning books over the past 7 to 9 months is unfortunate. It is unfortunate we have members of the community who are so focused on the minimization of transgenders' rights as well. Not just because trying to ban ideas and people is inherently bad, but because it forces the district and the board to waste their time that could be spent finding what new ways to support teachers and students. There was a lot of great information in Dr. Rocco's report with a lot of information for district improvements, and I applaud that our district is in the position to make those improvements. I think many of us here would love if those are the types of things this district and community could focus on instead. Our issue is not that anyone's opinion is irrelevant. If you don't have children in the Hamilton school system, the issue is the audacity it takes to tell those of us who are putting our children into the public school system how to raise our children. The issue is our children being put in increased danger of sexual assault and teen pregnancy as a result of a misguided attempt to protect them from bad words and naughty pictures. Please grow up so that our children can grow up too. A recommendation was made late last year at another local district to provide resources on the school district's website to help members of the community to recognize, evaluate, and reject misinformation. I recommend that our district does the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Daniel Siegel, Monica Quest, and Drew Craven. Mrs. Lankowski, you said you were going to put that up on, I'm sorry to go back to this. I apologize for missing Steinert's voting for that. That's a great thing. You said you're going to put it on your website. Would you mind, you're going to get can you send it to Dr. Rocco so Mr. Boyle can get it up on ours also? So we can make sure we vote for that school also. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Siegel. I'm the president-elect of the Mercer County Education Association, organization of 8,000 educators across our great county. And I'm a member of the 200,000 member New Jersey Education Association and 3 million members Dog National Education Association. 7% of our population identifies as LGBTQ. And if I was paying enough attention to Dr. Rocco, it's probably about 840 members of the student body here in Hamilton. Do not deny the existence of the LGBT community. Do not tell them that they are wrong for who they are. However, the Colorado Education Association did a study. 85% of educators are not out to their school community. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe because there's people proposing book bans. Maybe there's people that are proposing that some ancient artwork inside of a book is pornography. There are people saying that their very existence as a transgender person, including my dear friend Victoria, my former student Daly, my former student Micah, that they don't exist, that they are wrong. They do exist. They're wrong. They're beautiful. They're not wrong. They're beautiful people. By not having materials that reflect our students, by not having an environment where our educators feel safe being out, we are driving our young people to suicide. LGBTQ youth who find a safe adult that might be their teacher or another piece of person in school personnel are 40% less likely to report a suicide attempt. Suicide. We're not talking about, oh no, someone looked at a dirty picture or a bad word. These children want to kill themselves because people do not accept them. I do not want to see that happen in Mercer County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Monica Quest. Monica Quest. Is she not here? Drew Craven. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, I'm Drew Craven. I think on all sides of this, what I think everybody wants, first of all, I want to echo the sentiments of a lot of people that we're all here because we care about our children, we care about our community. And I think the central issue is, regardless of political sides, whatnot, is that everybody who's here cares. Parents care about what we teach our children, what we're learning. And it's the fundamental right of parents to be the primary educators. That takes nothing away from our educators in any form, but as parents, we're the primary educators and formators of our children, and we have the right to decide what they are exposed to, what they are not exposed to, and what somebody else chooses to expose their children to is their business, and what I choose to expose my children to or not is my business. And I think that the board needs to consider that. The whole point of a school system is not to be the one that decides what happens. It's for the parents, for everybody who's here on either side of this issue, to have the ability to decide what's right for our own children. Things like having an easy opt-out program is part of it. Things like making sure that, even to making sure that school lunches can be, people that are in financial straits can get the school lunches. If that issue isn't even resolved, it's clear there needs to be a lot of communication with the community on how to opt out and how parents can make, as parents, how we can make the decisions for our own children when it comes to schooling. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Fran Carroll, and then it's Abigail Oliver and Nikki Graham. So Fran Carroll, you're next.
I just wanted to say how truly sad I am that some people are so afraid of words and ideas in a book. These are things that can broaden your horizons, that can make you learn about other people that you may not be familiar with, you feel you may not be able to relate to. They can help you relate. They can also, of course, do this for our children, for our students in our district. And I would just encourage everyone to please, especially on the Board of Education, to thoroughly, if you're going to be discussing and deciding about these books that are challenged, to actually read the book and take context into consideration. Don't just look at a picture on a page that someone is telling you to be alarmed about. And you look at the context and look at how meaningful this book could be to other people. And can I please just implore everyone to, can we listen to the experts on this? The librarians? These books are chosen by experts. I'm not an expert. I'm not an educator. I'm not a trained librarian, but our librarians are.
can we listen to them? Can we trust them? They have taken care for generations here in Hamilton Township and all the different schools. They have taken care of our kids. Why do we think all of a sudden that they're trying to do harm? I just really find that offensive, but I really want everybody to, it would never occur to me that if a book wasn't for me and I didn't want to read it or even want my child to read it for whatever reason, that all of a sudden I would make it my goal to prevent everybody else from reading it as well. It just wouldn't occur to me to do that. So let's trust our staff. Let's trust our experts. Let's take our time and really look at what is being challenged in the context in which the story is going, in which the ideas are and images are being presented before any decisions are made. Please.
Thank you. Abigail?
Hi, good evening. I'm Abby. I'm here in opposition to the banning of queer and diverse media in our school district. I spent 13 years in the Hamilton Township Public School District. I went to University Heights, then Crockett, and I graduated from Nottingham in 2016. And earlier this evening, Superintendent Rocco told us that the goal of the district is to provide students with the skills, abilities, and interactions for our students to be successful outside of the school district. But how can we imbue students with this empathy and with the ability to connect to other people that aren't like them if we take away the tools that they need to learn? There's this rhetoric that's very prevalent in this conversation about how these books are teaching people to be queer, but that's not a reality. Queer people have existed everywhere and existed throughout history. There are records of trans, non-binary, and LGBTQ people in pre-colonial America, revolutionary America, and recent history, and I'm happy to provide those citations if they would be helpful for any members of the board. But by removing books about queer and diverse experiences, the school board would not be eradicating queerness from schools, because students will continue to be queer even if we don't acknowledge them. I urge the board to do some reading. Read these books in full and with an open mind. In fact, I urge you to read it and write a book report like you're one of the students in our district. Read about the history of queer people in the United States and across the world. And I beg you to read about what happens when governments ban books, because banning books will only make our queer students feel invisible, feel unsafe, and feel isolated. Protect our queer students with their mental and physical health. Let them feel seen and acknowledged. And I beg you to help our students learn empathy and to engage with their peers by learning about the different angles of the human experience. Please protect our students.
Thank you. Nikki Graham?
Hi, I'm Nikki Graham. I'm a business owner here in Hamilton. My 3 children went through the Hamilton School District, including Abigail, who I am so deeply proud of. So I don't have original thoughts. I just wanted to say a few quotes of some things I was reading. I believe that censorship grows out of fear, and because fear is contagious, some parents are easily swayed. Book banning satisfies their need to feel in control of their children's lives. This fear is often disguised as moral outrage. They want to believe that if their children don't read about it, their children won't know about it. And if they don't know about it, it won't happen. There are worse crimes than banning books. One of them is not reading them. Any book worth banning is a book worth reading. That's Isaac Asimov said that. Reading develops cognitive skills. It trains our minds to think critically and to question what you were told. That is why dictators censor or ban books. It's why it was illegal to teach slaves to read. It's why girls in developing countries have acid thrown in their faces when they went to school. And from Voltaire, think for yourselves and let others enjoy the privilege to do so also.
Thank you. Rika Rubin? Rika Rubin? And then next we're gonna have I can't tell what the last name says. And then Audrey. Rugen, okay. Ruben,
Hello. First of all, thank you all for your patience for listening to all of us. We really do appreciate it. My name is Rika Rubin. I live in Hamilton Township with my husband and my 2 children. My oldest graduated from West in 2020 and my youngest is a junior at West. Superintendent Rocco said something tonight that stuck with me. All students are our students. All students. This means that we need to make sure as a school district and as a community that our students, especially those who are a part of marginalized communities, see representation in our schools. One way, though hopefully not the only way, we can do this is through books available in our school libraries. There was an opinion column by a radio personality today accusing our librarians of being selective about replacing books that are being decommissioned using some political agenda. Our librarians are very well-trained professionals who are passionate both about literature, but especially about their students. They can be trusted to do what is a common task for them. This personality also criticized 3 books and picked out completely out of context individual sentences that they objected to. I was dismayed to see that all of the books mentioned were LGBTQ. These books are all award-winning and incredibly well-reviewed, both by trade magazines and by individual readers. The the definition of marginalized is of a group, person, or concept treated as insignificant or peripheral. The LGBT community is marginalized. That means that the individuals that comprise the LGBTQ community struggle, and that struggle is reflected in the literature that represents them. We shouldn't turn away from that. We can't turn away from that. We should listen instead. Thank you.
thank you. They, Ruben,
Good evening, Board of Education members. I'm Vay Rubin from Hamilton Township, and I'm currently a junior at Hamilton West High School. I've spoken in the past about the importance of acceptance of all groups and how toxic and horrible ignorance can be. And while I've been away for a little while, I'd like to continue that today. As we have seen, the topic of book banning and censorship is ever popular nowadays, and I'd like to give my personal perspective on how important representation, specifically queer representation, is to me. In general, we can all agree that it is important that we find ourselves through all media around us, whether it is seeing people who look like us in TV shows or simply hearing our names used in a math problem. It is so important for us to feel recognized. There is no difference in this is no different in the literature we read at school. As a queer person myself, it is appreciated when I can learn about content that I can relate and identify with. As times change, it is even more important that our curriculum updates with it. If we are able to update our smartphones every year for better technology, I don't see why we shouldn't do the same with our education. Times are much different than they used to be, and while learning about the past is still very important, we should be able to learn about our present through many different unique perspectives. No matter how many books people try to take away or how other ways people try to silence queer or other marginalized voices, we are still here. We are still a part of your communities, and we continue to exist despite being hidden and stigmatized. Thank you very much.
thank you. Audrey Rubin,
Hello. Hello, Hamilton Township School Board. My name is Audrey Rubin, and I'm a resident of Hamilton who graduated from Hamilton High School West in 2020 with a sibling who's a junior. And I'm here today to talk to you about the importance of LGBTQ representation in books and the curriculum in schools. I'm LGBTQ myself, and at these past few board meetings, I've seen several concerns from the community about certain LGBTQ books, such as Flamer and Genderqueer, and if they're appropriate for our schools. And I'm here to say that they are, and how important it is that we keep these books in our schools. The main reason I've seen people objecting to these books is that they're pornographic, but that is not the case. These books are not inherently sexual just because they're about queer relationships and ideas. And that does not and that does not mean they are inherently sexual and deserve to be banned. Taking pictures and quotes out of context that you disagree with does not mean they deserve to be banned. If these books were about straight relationships, these books probably would not be considered being banned today. The reason these books are so important to queer youth and why they deserve to stay in our schools is because of the representation and education they bring to our students. You all know how important it is for students to be seen and heard in our books. It's important to me because, again, I am queer, and it's so important for me to be seen in the things that we teach and learn in our schools. And when these things are taught and learned in our schools, other students who are not queer can learn about us and have understanding and empathy for the things that we go through and the things that other people go through, which I find very important. So please consider these things when it comes to these books and other situations that come up about the LGBTQ community and the erasure of it in the future. Just because we are different doesn't mean we are wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle, Evelyn. Danielle? She left. Ian Callahan?
I don't think she heard you because I think she's right there.
What?
Did you say Danielle Evelyn?
Yeah,
She's right there.
I said her name twice. Danielle Evelyn? You're passing? Okay, thank you.
Hi there, I'm a Reynolds and Steiner alumnus. I performed in this very auditorium on this very stage 17 years ago. I found my freedom to express myself in this room and to find my voice, and I'm very disappointed that I need to use my voice again here tonight. This is bigger than Hamilton. According to the American Library Association, there were 681 attempts to ban 1,651 unique books between January and August 2022. Half of the top 10 most challenged books in 2021 were targeted because of LGBTQ content, according to the American Library Association. These efforts are stark and coordinated, and in my view, efforts to ban books are informed by blind ignorance and sheer panic. It's as if opponents of these books believe that if such books are not available, then LGBTQ youth and their experiences won't exist. There's a blatant lack of empathy in this room. To those who used terms like disgusting tonight in reference to books with LGBTQ themes, know that such pejorative language directly harms current LGBTQ students who the board claims to serve and protect, as well as alumni, parents, and allies. I'm a proud gay man standing in my alma mater. I found my voice in this room. And it's surreal that 17 years later, LGBTQ people are being threatened and attacked. Please do not use your platform to erase us. Thank you.
Thank you. Peg Kirkup. Peg.
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, my name is Peg Kirkup. I spoke last meeting and I'm speaking again about the same thing. One thing quickly about the budget. The budget, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the priorities. Where's the education as the #1 priority? Why is it equity? Why is it not math? Why is it not IT? Why is it not that? I'm asking a question. I wouldn't send a child here to learn about social issues. We're going to marginalize everyone, whether they're straight, gay. I don't care what their preferences are. If they don't have a good education and come out here with the right amount of knowledge and technical ability, they're all going to be marginalized. Every single one of them, no matter what their sexual preference is. And that's the problem I have with this. You are putting our children at risk. All this conversation, how much of it has been about what are the standards? Why aren't they passing the standard? Where is the curriculum that pushes these standards to where they're 90%, not 15%? That's what I'm angry about. I pay taxes here. My grandchildren are here. I don't want them to come out learning. I want them to come out with a good technical, mathematical, scientific basis, the best they can get. That's what's important to me. And I think that's important. That should be important to every single parent. I also have a question about the budget again. There's an administrative assistant that is a new position. I'd like to know what that administrative position's duties are going to be. Where is that administrative position going to focus on? What areas? Thank you.
We're not really supposed to answer this, but administrative assistant is a support person for one of the directors. It's just another name for our a confidential secretary. It's not an administrative position. Joe Marchicha, sorry if I ruined that last name.
Okay, so first off, there was a lot of stuff here that was said today that falls in the category of disinformation and misinformation. So I actually want to recommend a book for the school library. And that is Cranky Uncle versus Climate Change. It does a really good job teaching the very basics of how to recognize and not fall victim to misinformation and disinformation. And it is a crucial skill in today's day and age, as we've seen here today. So on that note, I want to thank you all for sitting here over the past, I don't know how long at this point, and dealing with the consistent harassment and hate speech from a certain segment of the public coming up here, when we should be spending this time to deal with the real issues in our schools. And I just want to say that we would be doing that if we didn't have to continuously have to come up here and reaffirm that LGBTQ folks have a right to exist, that they will exist no matter what. And we should be teaching that it is okay to be LGBTQ, and you shouldn't feel so unwelcome that you're going to go and commit suicide. And there is significant evidence to that point that's been brought up by other folks who want to talk about this. So I had intended to have a little bit more to say. I will try to keep this short. I just want to read very briefly what the definition of what it actually is to be a groomer. And it is when someone builds a relationship, trust, and emotional connection with a young person so they can manipulate them, exploit them, and abuse them. Now, if we consider that being LGBTQ is something that is innate and normal in society, I want to highlight that the folks who are here trying to claim that teachers are somehow convincing kids to be LGBTQ and grooming them into being LGBTQ, that they are misleading and forcibly manipulating their understanding of the world, the kids' understanding. They are seeking to exploit these children to hide the reality of the world from them when it conflicts with their beliefs. And if they're successful, they are then abusing these children to the point that they will go and commit suicide because they feel so unwelcome in their communities. Those words match the exact definition of what it is to be a groomer. So I think it's accurate to say that there is some level of projection going on here. Thank you.
Sorry, sir. Mark Van Wagner. There you are.
Thank you. Thank you to the board for being here tonight, for extending the time. I appreciate it. I was certainly one of the last ones to sign, and I would have been home already if you hadn't have done that, which would have been good for you. Thank you for all you're doing. Superintendent Rocco, thank you for everything you've done for the administration, and congratulations on the renewal. I love children. I have some. They're all fully grown. I have grandkids. That's one of the reasons I was here late tonight. And I expect that our schools, I hope that our schools, and I pray that our schools can provide an environment that's welcoming and safe and provides that climate that all children, regardless of who they are, whatever it is their makeup, feel comfortable. And I think that we all recognize that the ones that need the help the most should be the ones that we look out for the most. I would hate if my actions, my opinions, and my ideologies were to cause harm to a student, to a child. I would hope that I have enough maturity, and that every adult would, to put that behind me and look out for their interest and their well-being. They'll have time to grow if we allow them to. And I do appreciate that this board and that our Hamilton Township education system seems to have found what the community standards really are. And I appreciate that you're working hard to make that happen. culture wars are here. Some are political, some are religious. It's unfortunate because I think it's a distraction from what you need to do and what we hope that you're able to do. And I do hope that some of the folks who've brought those battles to this board and to our educational system take a second thought and put the children before those things that they thought were more important than those kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mike, yellow? Mike? Your turn. You're up. We know you didn't leave yet.
I was going to skip my turn in interest of time, and I remembered I'm the last one here every meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
You're all going to wait now. No, I really appreciate you guys extending this time. I know it's exhausting for all of you. It's exhausting for us too, but I think it's extremely important to hear all these voices, not just for you guys, but for all the people listening, all the people watching, all the people that are going to hear about this meeting, especially our queer kids. They need to hear that people came up to this microphone and said that they're fine, they're okay, they're welcome, and that we're going to do everything in our power to protect them as a school district and to teach tolerance and respect for gay, trans, and queer people. And I guarantee for every person that comes up here that says to be trans is sexual deviancy, we need 10 other people to countermand that, to counteract that damage. Because that's already that's where we are in our society right now. That's why gay, trans, and queer kids are marginalized. That's why they're bullied more. That's why their rates of suicide and depression are higher. They're already there. So every time someone comes up here and expresses those kinds of feelings, it reinforces a culture that marginalizes these kids. And we need everyone we can to come up here and say, no, that's not true. Trans kids are okay, gay kids are okay, queer kids are okay. And we as a school district are going to do everything in our power to make them feel safe and make them feel welcome. And I did just also want to say, I agree with the Jazz Fest commentary that Dr. Ferreira talked about at Steiner, although she was remiss in talking about the MC for the evening, an extremely handsome and mature
Yes,
young
he
man.
was. He was very handsome.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Chanel.
He happened to be
Vickers,
Mr.
Ames.
Doria's son.
That's what I figured. He won't call himself young. And you are our last speaker for this evening. Unfortunately, you still only get 2 minutes.
I'm okay with that. Save the best for last. Okay, so first I want to start off by saying thank you, especially for extending the time. I do have a concern. I have a question about the rule as to when buses drop off students for middle school and where's the standard for when the buses drop off and when the administration actually come outside to monitor the students. Had a situation with my son and he forgot something in the car and came out to the car. And I realized that there was no admin outside and he literally came back to the car. Just wondering, like, what is the rule with the buses dropping off? Like, do they have a specific time that they're supposed to drop the students off from when they pick up to when they drop the students off at the middle schools? And when does the administration actually come out of the building to monitor? Okay, that was my question. And then my other concern would be with the decommissioning of the books. It's a joke. Sorry, it's a joke. We're removing the inappropriate books for context, but the weird part about that is, I mean, slavery would be considered racial profiling. So like, my biggest thing would be our kids, this is history, and this will be history for our children's children. So let's not remove these books because our kids are gonna need this for their children's children in the near future. And let's go back to teaching life lessons in school. Let's focus on preparing our kids for the future. These kids can find whatever they need on the internet, and we want to put ourselves out on the books and the maps. So let's do it for achievements for our kids and not for book banning.
Thank you. Before you go, can you see Dr. Octobello so he can follow up with you with the questions about the administration outside? I guess you're assuming at the end of the day or something in the morning. Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Aye.
Opposed? One of us did. Motion passes.